We are in open session of the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners, June 20th, 2023. It's 8:38 a.m., so we're starting about 8 minutes late. And the first thing I think we will open with, and then we'll go to Peter quickly for that part, is public comment. Do we have anyone here for public comment?
I am.
Thanks, Clyde. If you'll just come up to the podium, we've got a microphone right there. And just state your name and where you live, please.
Perfect. I'm Clyde Anderson on Fall River Road. I'm here to remind the commissioners, as elected officials, you're obliged, and you swear to, I assume, follow the law to the benefit of the county and for the management of county events. You have failed utterly in that regard when you were bulldozed into an agreement that you reached in the glass case that cannot be appealed and circumvented the legal system, judge and jury. It was just a negotiation that can't be appealed like a legal issue could have been. And as a result, I and other significant members of this community have to suffer under the cost that you incurred to the county that is excessive, outrageous, and unreasonable. And as well, you have subjected us to an agreement that isn't of our even understanding, much less approval of things other than the financial, that we as county residents, have no chance to negotiate. And these are not things other than issues of a social nature, let's say. They're not financial, governmental issues, but they're issues of pride and obligation that you have, as commissioners, as I say, been bulldozed into agreeing to, and I don't agree to those issues, and I won't specify what they are. I think you three know what I'm speaking of.
You're talking about the civil agreement?
The
Settlement?
Yes.
money?
Okay.
The money is important, certainly. And we will suffer as residents to pay for that. And as I say, I think that's an excessive amount. And how do you judge what is a correct amount? You judge it in your own sense of the worth of any asset, any life. But that's not my point. My point is that you have made an error. You have an obligation to follow the law. You stepped aside from that and negotiated in a way that can't be appealed, that I don't have any.
Clyde, we heard that part about 3 times now, and I welcome you to finish your comment, but we're well over the 3 minutes that we normally allow. So if you have more to say, if you can get to something you haven't said, I'd appreciate it.
Three minutes is hardly enough to handle this important an issue. For me, it's an important issue. And I'm going to take more than 3 minutes until I'm carried out of here.
Clyde, I can't let you come in and tell us how we're going to conduct the meeting and that we will make an exception. I've already gone well over that. I respect your coming in here and I respect your comment, but I can't let you come in here and tell us that you're going to keep talking until we carry you out of here. So I would like you to try to wrap it up right now, if you would, please. If you can summarize your statements in a few words and be finished. We don't normally engage in debate with the public. I would simply like to clarify one fact, because a lot of people are a little confused about the financial settlement. It doesn't trivialize the amount. It doesn't trivialize Clyde's concern. But the amount is paid for through CTSI, Colorado County Technical Services Incorporated, who serves, among other functions, as our insurance pool, our collective insurance pool, and the money was paid through insurance that is spread throughout the state on incidents like these. So it does not come out of our general fund, other than the extent of the, in this case, $25,000 copay, I'll call it, because the word's escaping me right now, and the deductible. And that deductible will be going up to $40,000 as a result, not only of this case for the next year, but of other cases in the state. And premiums will also go up for everyone in the state as a result of all of those cases. So that's just, for the public record, I'd like to state that fact so that we understand it. And I'll also let people know that they have the opportunity to access body cameras and other information from the same source that we got it from, which is through the family's attorney's website. And that will help them be able to understand how things came to be the way they are. And I haven't anything else to say, guys, so.
I might just add that when you see a government settle on a case like this, you're not seeing 3 county commissioners negotiating. You're seeing professional attorneys and attorneys with our own attorneys and attorneys with our insurance company, evaluating the case, the risk associated with the case, and taking the path that best protects taxpayers from a civil lawsuit.
The cost of that, which is much higher than $25,000.
No, I think that was pretty well said. I'm trying to think of a point that I want to make is I'm just gonna leave it. I think it's fine.
Thanks.
Maybe lastly, I'll just add that, a $19 million settlement, the largest settlement in the history of Colorado, is notable. And Clyde's shock is understandable.
That's what I was referring to. I don't mean to trivialize his concern. I don't blame him for feeling that way. But a little information, that lack of information that he denoted, not having the opportunity, and I'm just trying to let him know where he can get some information that'll help him understand. Is there
The only thing I
anything?
would say is I think, to your point, George, the professionals who negotiated this did it in such a way that it took only $25,000 out of our general fund. And I don't think the family would have wanted to punish the citizens of Clear Creek County, and that's not what happened.
Right. Do we have anyone online for public comment?
No hands raised.
Okay. So with that, Peter, you said that you had an additional executive session item that's not on the agenda you wanted to announce. at the outset of the meeting in order to make sure the public had as much notice as possible.
Correct, thank you. If I could just read it into the record, we'll also add it to the supplemental agenda.
Okay,
It will be pursuant to CRS 24640224B and E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to financing and funding mechanisms for purchase of 4 mobile home parks in Clear Creek County, and 2, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation or determining negotiating strategies or instructing negotiators with regard to those transactions.
okay,
Thank you.
you bet. Next item is County Commissioner updates. Sean or George, happy to hear.
I had a really quick one. Obviously, we've all been putting a lot of thought into steps that we can continue to take to exercise our statutory authority to make sure that the tragedy like the glass case isn't something that we're ever talking about again. Police Chief Nate Busick from Idaho Springs said something interesting on KGO the other day. He mentioned that in his opinion, CIT training should be part of the academy.
Right.
And I think there's a lot of merit to that concept. And I think it's notable that Chief Busick himself has been through CIT training as well. And I'm interested in investigating what we can do to use our positions and our authority and influence to get a conversation going on, perhaps with the governor's office to see if there's a way to add some energy to that conversation.
I think that's a really great idea. Well, this is your commissioner update. I don't want to interrupt.
No, I think that's pretty much all I have for today.
Okay, George, what you got?
A couple things, just for the public, CIT training, crisis intervention training.
Crisis intervention team training.
Okay. I have a couple of things on my mind. First, I'm really looking forward to the rollout of our CHATS team. That's our co-responder navigation service that we're bringing online. And I'm just sort of want to take a moment just to call for a work session about the construction of the community advisory team to advise that process. I think it's important that we start talking about how that team will be formed sooner than later so that they can be doing their work as the program starts. And I've been talking with a community member who may have reached out to you too as well about how this team might look. And so just sort of wanting to take a moment to express what I think is some urgency around creating a plan for that team and getting those seats appointed and
Yeah, I think
getting it
so.
rolling.
I think that sense of urgency is well directed, and I think it's very important.
A lot of community interest in making sure that rollout goes well and providing support to, that program and that team so that, when people are in crisis and they call for help, that's what they get.
Right.
Also, I heard that our Department of Human Services was recognized by the state for our performance during COVID. Tammy Fry was the person mostly responsible. Of course, it takes a team for us achieving a 95% timely response rate to Medicaid and Medicare applications during COVID. I know that was a really hard time for our staff, and what I'm told is that Tammy worked a lot of hours to make that happen, and it I just like to highlight whenever our staff shows that kind of dedication to this community. She clearly understands the difference that she's able to make, and just want to publicly give her a shout out for her great efforts that got our community recognized. I had a conversation about Ride the Rockies, and the permitting process around Ride the Rockies is not really the sole focus of what I want to discuss here. They got their permit very shortly before the race, and I'm not going to go into all the dynamics for that, and I'm not actually trying to talk about the permitting. What I was made aware of is that every other community that Ride the Rockies went through had an excited group around them. A tourism organization, municipalities excited, people excited to see, 1,000+ cyclists come, adequate marketing to the community so community members knew it was coming and that certain routes would be congested, et cetera. And I just wanted to take a moment to note that it's worthwhile for us as an organization and for the rest of the leadership ecology in Clear Creek County to lean into events like that. And I think it'll make it better for our citizens and, better for us to capture economic benefit from events like that when, business owners know they're coming so they can be open, et cetera. I drove through one of the towns that was on the route and I noticed that none of the businesses were open. They might not have known it was happening, but they did have 1,000+ cyclists, all potential customers, coming through.
Right. What else?
Do you know where is the route this year, from where to where?
This year, the route.
Ride the Rockies?
It went through Rocky Mountain National Park and then down through Grand County, over Berthoud Pass through Empire, down through Idaho Springs, and then not into Blackhawk. I'm not exactly sure the route they took into Blackhawk, and then north through Netherland to complete the loop. The last thing on my mind is we have had some discussion about open space and changing the allocation of property that's available to purchase and property that's, not property, money that's dedicated to purchasing property and money that's dedicated to managing property. We've had some discussion about asking the voters if they would like to authorize us to spend more money on management. I think we've seen compelling evidence that that's a good move to make. Given
Is
our
that
fiscal
60/40
condition.
right now? Is that the current mix? I know it was changed at one point to that.
It's 60 capital.
60 to purchase property, 40 to manage it.
Right.
And I would like to ask for us to get active about developing that as a ballot proposal this year. See what the voters think about that concept.
Changing it to,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
changing it to what?
Might we start by adding it to an open space commission meeting agenda item?
Work
That
session,
would be
yeah.
a good idea.
Yeah,
Have them discuss it so they can
Yeah.
wrap their arms around it.
yeah. It's a good idea. I think that's a good place for it to start and come back with recommendations from both staff and commission too.
When Martha will be here later, so you could probably bring it up during one of those.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
I'd like to see some kind of a strategic plan that outlines for the voters why this is a compelling need.
To have an open space fund or?
No, to have more operational funds and less
Oh, yeah,
strategic funds,
yeah, it needs to
essentially.
be- there needs to be logic.
Yeah.
Right.
And like what does the new budget look like? And does that have an effect on FTEs, like that kind of a thing?
Right.
That's
Point.
that's the first question, right, for the open space committee, I think, commission. How they would view that changing in that split.
Okay, what else?
That's all for me. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that's good that you brought those things up because I do have a little to add on some of the issues that were brought up. So now I actually have a commissioner's report. Regarding the CIT and the committee, I think it's exceedingly important in the conversations I've had with a couple of citizens in the last few days myself, the last few weeks, to be honest, is that, and it's not just CIT training, there's behavioral health awareness and a few other things that I think would be really helpful. And it's almost like I think that the parents of Christian Glass have done a really good thing to try to influence how new recruits come in and how some of these thoughts are socialized to them and the values given. And I was thinking the exact same thing, that there are about 2 or 3 critical elements related just around this stuff. Behavioral health awareness, presenting to the public, crisis intervention team work, how you interact on a co-response basis, and all those things to get fully oriented as part of their kind of basic training before they actually go to work on the streets. And whether that's a requirement at state level and it's something to talk about legislatively, or whether it's something that we recommend as a policy, granted that we don't control the operations of the sheriff's office, but we would recommend not just the sheriff's office, but for law enforcement in this community, based on the experiences we've had in the last few years, it would be a good discussion for our, for the committee, the community advisory committee to take on, which is to be able to work with law enforcement, try to create a good set of recommendations to make sure that, you know, we're doing everything we can to put people that are properly trained on the street, you know, or to know that those agencies are doing that. I did hear, I know that Sarah was really proud of Tammy on that, so I want to wholeheartedly second the nomination of Tammy for receiving an award right here from now from us verbally, if nothing else. And also with regard to the other stuff we were talking about, the CIT stuff, just so you folks know what's going on, and this is the place where I can tell you, I was contacted by David Oath Powell, Senior, yesterday morning, who wanted to talk to me about his son's death up US 40 in a officer-involved shooting in 2021, and let me know that he had a ton of information, including and I looked it up and found online the district attorney's report on that, which did have a good explanation to help me understand it. But he also then, so I went and met with him yesterday more, so he'd have the opportunity to talk it out. And he wanted to give me a thumb drive of information with all of the investigative material, including autopsy reports and photographs from the scene and everything. And I promised him I'd read every word and look at every picture and listen to the audios of the interviews, which I haven't had time to do all of that yet. I did understand, you know, my own take was I understood exactly why the DA had a finding that there was nothing to prosecute in that case, because it wouldn't, for various legal reasons that were given, that are clearly spelled out, and had a discussion with former district attorney who assured me that in a case like that, with those kind of evidences, regardless of how people could have reacted on scene, it was an open and shut case in terms of criminal liability of the officers, and there was no point in bringing it forward. And
I think that's an important distinction between what is at the boundary of what's legal versus what was the most appropriate action, and what is the least invasive or the least harmful resolution to a situation.
Right, and having been handed this information from the parents and starting to absorb it last night, which was very difficult, I think it helps inform the situation both in terms of understanding the challenges that officers face in certain situations, but also how a need for understanding and training can help that performance and keep them and the public safer as well. Because there were some questions about that, but nothing that was actionable legally. And I'm not criticizing law enforcement right now. I'm having empathy for the parents, for the officers that were on the scene, and actually for the guy that was shot too. They were all real important things. And so in the public meeting, I just thought I'd mention that I have that information, that thumb drive, and I'll probably give it to Peter. And if he wants to share it with the other commissioners also to help us become more informed and educated, whatever Peter says is right. And so I'm going to give him a copy of it. So. And regarding the Ride the Rockies, I'm glad you brought that up, George, and especially in the context that you did. I have personally organized the Idaho Springs efforts for 2 different Ride the Rockies that came through that had moderate success. It was more technical shortcomings than anything else. And that was after having been involved with the Mount Evans Hill Climb in Idaho Springs and learning that there was a real culture of distrust that had built over the years between both the town and the organization, this preceded Team Evergreen even having Ride the Rockies back when it was put on, I think, by the USCF directly, which it was called at that time, the US Cycling Federation, and BRAC, Bicycle Racing, something in Colorado. But there was definitely a problem that we got past, and we got past it with both Ride the Rockies and the Mount Evans Hill Climb by deciding to be a community that would cooperate with them. And we had really, really good events that brought a lot of people into town. And for even a short period, honestly, when David Newcomer was there, we actually had the Mount Evans Hill Climb with its award ceremony and everything in downtown Idaho Springs with a band and making a big party out of it. That's a weekend event. And so it's kind of like when we close the streets for other events, there's a give and a take there that some of the businesses don't really come out ahead on the deal, but it's good. It's good for the town the rest of the time. The things about Ride the Rockies that are nice is that the odds are they're going to be coming through you midweek because they run for about 7 days and there's only a couple of weekends involved in there. And so you'll often have a midweek time when all of a sudden you've got a couple of thousand cyclists in town. So it brings, and their families and everything when you bring all those people through. And so it really shows a lot. Having that cooperation between the two, I think, is really critical so that they appreciate coming to your town and the people want to come back because they got a good impression and you want them to have a good impression. And then also we want at the same time, they need to, what we end up is a dynamic where both sides are at fault when we don't have that cooperation going, because then you don't get the best behavior if the people don't appreciate the town and vice versa. And I think, so I really appreciate the fact that having us get involved and leaning into that event and others like it, not just cycling, is important to have a good face forward to thousands of people that come through for some of these events.
It might be something for us to bring up to the Tourism Bureau in their next update.
Right. And to these organizations that we know have typically come through us several times, reach out to them and make sure, hey, how can we be in early in the process and you inform us so that we can, they need to be proactive also. Because that was one of the complaints, was that they didn't really get with us before they started making some decisions about where they thought they could go. And we could have made a lot different decisions about what Ride the Rockies was allowed to do if we'd had that opportunity to talk first, I think.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure nobody thinks I'm not criticizing our permitting process.
Right.
When it comes to approving a permit, our job is to be fair and treat everybody the same.
Right. Yeah, and I completely agree with that. And I was pointing out that there's improvement to be had on both sides of the thing to get it right. Because we've done it in the past and been very successful when we did do that. And the proof's in the pudding. The last thing I'll say regarding some open space maintenance, and a perfect example of it is I had sent Jody Hartman and Shane Ball, who live next to the LDS property, have had a weed issue, and I did go over and look at it yesterday, and we did mow around that open space property around the church itself, the former church, pretty close, the structure there. But there's a large field in between, and it's only starting to grow up fast. And one thing they brought up, they have cleared the tumbleweeds away from their fence and mowed themselves an area about 20 feet onto the open space property as a little bit of a fire buffer. But they're concerned that now that the warm weather hits and that grass really starts growing after we got all that moisture, it's going to go 6 feet in the air, and they're afraid of a little mini Marshall fire for them. And they're the ones that are first facing all that grass that's growing tall. And so they were talking about just how to cooperate with the county and even help themselves with what we could do to try to get the rest of that field mowed. I made the suggestion to them, it could be to give it, instead of, I said, if we get warm, if we get a lot of sun now after all this moisture, if you mow it right now when it's only about that tall, it's going to be that tall again in another couple of weeks and much more. I said, you might want to wait till it starts to dry out pretty well and gets to a little bit taller and then take a big shot through the whole thing. And if we can, that's a discussion. I mean, it's an open space property, and that may be a place that we need to expend some of what we do have now in order to knock that down, because it could create a pretty severe fire risk for those houses just east of there.
They own some of the small parcels, but the big parcel is ours.
So for whomever needs to.
Yeah, I was under the impression we'd already taken care of the maintenance issues there, so I will have to ask some questions.
They mowed close around the church. The church is well protected. And then there's a solid 100 yards of,
5 acres.
unmowed,
Sure.
football field length of grass that's starting to explode up that was not mowed. And, so getting the rest of it mowed would be helpful to them. But I mean, they're very, very nice and they wanted to work with strategizing about when's the best time to do that. Cause it might be, give it a 3 weeks of growth in warm weather and then knock it down then and you'd be, be able to avoid more of the problem with less labor and expense. Okay, next item, county manager updates. Do you have something for me to sign?
I do, sir.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt or anything. I thought I was just dropping.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Ride the Rockies comments. So we have a special events team, right, that meets to do permitting, as you were talking about. I don't think we get into the, and then that's more the technical aspects of a technical aspects of a process, right, of safety of an event as opposed to the other aspects of an event. So I think that's certainly something that we can expand in terms of how we work with those teams, or what the conduit is to the Tourism Bureau, whether Megan needs to be involved on that team moving forward to be able to publicize some of these events. that come to the
Good
county. So
idea.
I do
Yeah.
think there's some ways that we can expand on that.
And I hope my comments were
sure.
not meant as a criticism.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They were, how do we make sure we make informed decisions by getting everybody at the table and all that stuff.
Yep. Just from a scheduling standpoint, I think at least 2 of you are out this week, right? Going to Accelerate?
All of us are going.
All 3 are going.
Right.
All 3 out this week. All right.
Just kidding.
Starting tomorrow early.
That takes you out the rest of the week, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Back till
we're
7
not back
o'clock
till
on Friday
Friday
night.
evening.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Our next board meeting is July 18th. Our next meeting fell on the 4th. We canceled that. So right now it's July 18th. Friendly reminder there. And then finally, we did conduct Chief Information Officer, IT Director recruitment interviews last Thursday. Interviewed 4 individuals. Thank you, George, for stopping by. I know it was kind of last minute when we sprung the reception on you guys. Had some good interviews. I'm following up with one candidate this afternoon, meeting him in Evergreen and furthering that conversation. So not sure yet if we've got our next IT director or not, but we'll keep going there. So
Yeah, sorry I couldn't make it. I had another meeting and just couldn't do it. So,
that's all I got.
okay. Next item, consideration of approval of forest receipts allocation agreement for 2022. Distributed between Clear Creek County and the school district. Peter Lichtman.
Yes, so this comes up every year. Usually I'd just like to remind the board typically what we've done in the past. By statute, if the state receives more than $6 million in PILT revenue, essentially, it's distributed and the county commission, each county gets a certain portion of that depending on what their forest receipts are, how much U.S. Forest Service land is in the county. Clear Creek County received its share this year. By statute, you have to give 25% to our road and bridge fund and 25% to the school district in the county. There's only one school district, so it goes to Clear Creek County School District. And then the remaining 50% is at your discretion. It is encouraged that it goes to either road and bridge or the school district. Traditionally, the board has given that extra amount to the school district. This year, we prepared an agreement for the school district, presuming that you may award the additional 50% to them. But of course, that's completely up to you and whether you have a discretion. There is an agreement that they have signed, should you do that, that we would like a motion to approve today, or if you want to adjust it, we'll adjust it.
And there was I had an understanding in the past that there was a limit to how much we could keep within the county. And that since Road and Bridge existed within the county, there was a limit to how much we could keep there. And that was one of the strategic reasons for giving it to the school district, because we were able to see more funds stay in Clear Creek County. That if you gave, for example, the whole half to Road and Bridge, I thought that it ended up being limited in a smaller amount by law.
You would have to give some of that back to the state. So that
Right,
by giving it all to the school district, you're actually retaining more for the county.
within the county operations overall.
So you're absolutely correct.
That was what, I remember Bob Luffler explained that to us well. in
What are the
previous years.
What are the actual numbers? Like,
So,
how much would we, because it sounds like we could give a larger amount to the school district or a smaller amount to Road and Bridge.
right, so the Road and Bridge automatically got 127,000 this year, as did the school district. That's already processed by the treasurer. The remaining amount is
555,
254,000, 50%, 254.
255.
So you'd be giving that basically 255 to them.
So and if we kept all of that 254 for Road and Bridge, how much of that would we have to turn around and give back to the state?
So the calculation would be probably 25% of that, so we just.
So it's significant,
Yeah,
significant amount. So approximately about $60,000, 62,000 or something like that, 63,000 would have to be given back to the state.
right.
If we kept it all for Road and Bridge as an example. The school district isn't required to.
Right.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind having a work session with the school district, maybe to talk about this a little bit, because one thing I don't think we've ever talked about in a public session. Oh, we did actually. We had a joint meeting with the Board of Education last month, I think it was. Not to go into it in great detail, but there's a little bit of a spirited discussion going on in the community now about the bus maintenance facility being built with money that was not part of the bond initiative, that the school district essentially created a lease payback strategy that's several $1 million that some people are wondering is not going to be paid back by the sale of Carlson, which is problematic from a cost perspective. So I don't know. I would appreciate, having that type of a conversation with the Board of Education in a public setting, maybe before we decide what to do with this money. Or as part of that decision.
Yeah, I mean, my feeling right now is that I'm pretty well prepared to say for this year that it makes sense based on that 60-some thousand dollars to continue as we are and not hold this out as a linkage to that discussion, but I think that's definitely a discussion we need to have. I hate starting out by using this as a poker chip on a table and not being willing to hand the money across the table when we know that there's a $63,000 loss, whatever it is, to the county at large, meaning all of us together, to the community at large by not doing that. And I think it's good to have closure on this. But I do think we need to have that as a discussion, but that's just my take.
What's the deadline associated with this, Peter?
We have to make a decision upon receipt within 30 days of we disperse it within 30 days. There's not actually a deadline, but if we don't make a decision fairly soon, we will have to give it back by the end of the fiscal year.
When do we get it? Or when did we?
We already have the money.
Yeah,
State's
so
fiscal year?
we don't meet again until the
State's fiscal
18th.
Which is when?
June 30th.
July 18th, which is going to be over almost 30 days from now.
But June 30th, that's.
30th is the end of the state fiscal year.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate your sentiment, Randy. I mean, I guess where I'm coming from is if there's a possibility this money is going to essentially be squandered, I would rather look at other alternatives rather than squandering 100% of it, of actually directing a lower percentage of it that's going to be well spent.
I understand what you're saying.
I like our decisions to be unanimous. I think given that we have 10 days and no meeting scheduled between now and then, I mean, we could schedule a special meeting, of course, and also schedule a work session to talk about it. I'm also disappointed by that decision to spend that amount of money on the bus barn in that location. I'm just not sure that it is worth, given the dollars that we're talking about, that it's worth doing something other than approving this agreement today. Because, you know, yeah, I don't think it's much. I agree with what you're saying that, you know, we're seeing them make capital decisions that are very expensive. However, the $200,000 is, I mean, kind of negligible relative to the $7 million that they're talking about spending over there. And I'm just not sure that that's like the right way to try to have a conversation with them about it.
That was part of my reaction, was that I don't think that at this moment, at this late hour, holding that payment is going to improve the quality of the discussion about the other matter, because although they are tangent, although I won't say they're unlinked. I mean, I hate linking two things like that together. They're linked in the sense that they're both about fiduciary responsibility, so I completely understand your argument. But I hate using that as like a poker chip on the table, because I think it will be I think it'll be a more defensive conversation that would follow. And I think that I think we're more likely to get traction. We're a board that makes decisions that people who do sit on other boards don't always agree with either in the community. And how we do business with each other is important. And I just have this feeling like my gut feeling is that we're better off to continue to do this and operate in the spirit of good faith, and then go deal with them. And let them know that we had this conversation though, and it was, you know, that we would like to talk to them about that and seek better solutions and have that conversation.
Yeah, I think it's important to note. So you were talking about how it impacts what we receive as a county. So every year we get these forest receipt amounts. In this year, the state got over 6 million. We have our allocation. The 50% we're talking about here is 254,000. The county also receives payment in lieu of taxes, PILT, from the federal government relating to basically the U.S. Forest Service land that isn't taxed, that we can't use to do property tax.
That's right. That's what I remember.
So that 254, if the PILT payment is, let's say the PILT payment is 300,000, if we don't give that 254 to that 50% to the school district, then that is deducted from
Full
our
amount,
PILT.
you lose the
full
whole
amount
thing. You
is
lose the
pulled. So
whole
that's the
thing.
distinction. You lose it
Everything
all.
you give away, you lose. Back to the federal
If you give it to the
government.
school district, if you give these forest receipts to the school district, none of it is
So it's
direct.
literally like found money.
It is literally.
So it's dollar for, okay, so.
Yeah,
when you
yeah.
said
It is actually dollar for
25%,
dollar.
no-brainer.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that changes
Yeah.
my calculation. And I agree with this. I want to continue to operate in good faith, even though in many ways there hasn't been good faith. There was false statements said about me during the last two Board of Education meetings ago. And I made an attempt to clarify the record and was shouted down by their chair in a public meeting. So I'm very disappointed in that. And I would like to have this conversation held in a very transparent, public manner. And one of the things that happened during that conversation too was the mayor of Idaho Springs essentially made a new offer to the board that was drastically less costly to share in the facility in Idaho Springs. And that offer was not acknowledged, has not appeared on any agenda. And I think we need to do whatever we can appropriately using our influence to make sure that that conversation happens.
And I think that one was, as I dug into that a little deeper and understood it, was a good offer that bought them time. It was a temporary situation to help them get, to bridge over the time gap where, so they'd still have a shop to operate out of and a place to store that wasn't a full-time, a long-term solution for them. And I think the city understood that too. That was my understanding of it. But the bottom line is they weren't willing to take up the opportunity to use that to bridge the gap, to re-examine their previous decision. And so I understand and agree with it.
It could have been a longer term. So I mean, I don't think we really know exactly. That conversation's never happened. So I don't think there's an answer there.
Well, I think to keep us on track, I'd like to suggest that my recollection was 1-for-1. Everything we don't give to the school district, we lose. That's like cutting off your entire head to spite your face. You know?
No, it is. And I do, just historically, so you know, not just this board, but other boards in the past have had the similar discussions
That's right.
that you have had. It hasn't really moved the needle very much. So, you know, my advice would be to move ahead with this and then approach.
My recollection of those previous conversations is that we had the whole conversation, and we got to the end and they said, oh, we give it all away?
Right.
Oh, never mind.
Right.
Yeah, the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, $254,000 is, what is that, 4 teachers' salaries or something? I mean, it's meaningful.
Okay.
I just, a quick question. Have you ever seen an agreement that, you know, the district agrees to use the funds in a certain way? Anything like that?
No, I have not. We have not drafted it like that. There's nothing in the statute that allows for conditions to be paid on it. Conditions as to how it gets spent.
Okay.
Without that authority, I would just indicate probably not the best thing to do.
That's my thinking too. It'd be like, I'm wondering how we.
The money has to be, basically it's given to them or not given to them is where the statute lies. It doesn't say given to them for this use.
Okay.
That's fair. In that case, I think we're in agreement. I'm just gonna put my neck out there and,
Make a motion.
yeah. I move we approve the forest receipts allocation agreement for 2022 forest receipts distributed in 2023 between Clear Creek County and Clear Creek School District RE1.
Second.
We have motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. There are 3 items. Do we have any question about any of these?
No.
None for me.
No. Move we approve the consent agenda. Actually, you got to read it. Sorry.
I'm good.
Okay. You made a motion, right?
I was about to, but then I realized you hadn't read it yet.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you. I heard the word over there. Right. Consideration, the first is item 1, consideration of approval of warrant register. Item 2, consideration of approval of grant support letter for Mill Creek Valley Historical Society. Number 3, consideration approval of resolution 23-45, resolution to appoint member to the Clear Creek County Juvenile Community Review Board. Do I have a motion?
Move we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next item is a public hearing to consider approval of resolution 23-34, resolution to adopt revised redistricting maps for county commissioner districts. Matt Taylor.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning, Matt. Sound like the teacher. Morning, students.
Bear with me for a moment. All right. As you indicated, we're here to consider approval of Resolution 2334, resolution to adopt revised county commissioner districts. As a refresher that you've heard multiple times, after each federal census, we are required to review the commissioner districts are as equal in population as possible. This go around includes a new requirement, which is that we don't have more than 5% deviation between the most populous and the least populous districts using the 2020 census data. After review, our current commissioner districts have a deviation of 6.93%. So we do in fact need to complete a redistricting effort. We have until September 30th of this year to do so. Our clerk and recorder has asked that if we could complete it by July 30th so that they may be given the month of August to update their address library ballot certification. So that's what we're aiming for. As you recall, we've had 3 public meetings, public hearings. Those were April 18th, May 2nd, and May 16th of this year. And we're required to wait 30 days after our last meeting, which was May 16th, pardon me, to adopt a new commissioner districts. And as you all directed me at our last meeting, we have prepared to adopt the option that we had discussed, which was option 1B. And that made certain adjustments for developments that occurred after the 2020 or right during the 2020 census, which occurred in Georgetown as part of the Bighorn Crossing, where 3 apartment buildings were developed with 72 units. And in Idaho Springs, the Riverbend Apartments, which had 44 units. So that is the option. That is the resolution we have prepared and brought before you today.
Very well, thank you. Just, go ahead.
Sorry, just a quick question from me. The boundary line, when we see a boundary line follow a road, like the most clear example is Highway 103, sort of the upper portion of that past Duke Creek. Families on one side of the road are in one district, on the other side of the road, they're in the other district. Is that?
That's correct.
Thank you.
I think the next item before we get into discussion would be to call for public comment.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, so it's listed as a public hearing. Technically, we don't need, in this instance, a public hearing on it because we've had the others, but I think, and I discussed it with Matt, in an abundance of caution, we wanted to allow for it.
Well, since we're, at that official state, I think public comment at every step of the way and the final vote is, and this is it? This is the final vote right now?
This is the final vote.
Okay. All right. So do we have any public comment on the redistricting that's been proposed before getting into commissioner comments?
Nothing online.
And just to reiterate, we did receive one and only one public comment, which we had presented to you at a previous meeting that was in favor of this option.
Okay.
Who was it from?
And
That was from the Andersons on Fall River Road.
Okay.
and it was in favor of this option.
Correct.
Okay. And I have no problems with anything in that, from that public comment regarding that area. I'm still devastated by the idea that Mount Evans / Blue Sky / Cheyenne Arapahoe has been removed from my district at this momentous point in time. But I'm just devastated by it. But I'll live through it like I have other things.
You were hogging all the 14ers previous to this. I think this is fair.
I thought it was completely fair that the west end of the district, and I'm sure George would feel differently since gold was discovered in Idaho Springs. But I thought it was most important that the west end of the district, which represents that terrain, should have had all 4 of them so that I could hog that notoriety forever. But
Yeah, and
part of the history is now that it was stolen from me.
being the only district without a 14er, I'd just like to point out that I'm happy to, be in the lowlands. Just a little note to you guys that, that's where the sun shines and it's where the wind blows less. It's a wonderful district to be in.
Having been on top of all of those 14ers, I can tell you that the sun shines up there as well. And it still was last September. Well, anyway.
And my
It's up
tomato plants appreciate the location I planted them.
Okay. So do we have any other thing to do except take a motion and vote if there's no further discussion? Peter?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So in that case, do we have a motion?
Move we approve resolution 23-34 to adopt the revised redistricting plans for county commissioner districts.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Reluctantly, aye.
And
Go ahead.
you were probably going to say the same thing. And compliments to you and your team, Matt.
Yeah.
Yes.
This process was fun. You made it very understandable. You were really flexible. Appreciate it.
Happy to help.
I would say the same thing, but I'm happy to let you go back to your office too and get back to real work. So,
Good stuff, Matt.
it's
Well,
something
and
that
you stole
matters.
your mountain, so,
Yeah. Thanks, Matt.
I will bring up a full-size map to include with the resolution.
Oh, okay, I printed a smaller one, but you want the big,
I think it'll be better to have a
Okay.
full-size,
totally cool.
bring that up to you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Oh, and welcome to District 1.
How you guys getting to the airport tomorrow?
What's that?
Getting to the airport tomorrow?
Oh, I'm dropping my car tonight to get something done and then it's picking me up.
40% off coupons for covered parking at Park DA.
Kelly is taking us. I'll talk to her. See if we can pick it.
Is she picking me up? Is she
Yeah. Well, no, I'm picking you up, and then she's going to pick us up from Idaho Springs.
The next item is public hearing to consider approval of resolution 22-35, a minor subdivision exemption case BX-2022-0002 for Pierce Sacred Mountain Trail. Adam Springer.
Hey guys, how's it going? Just need a second to set up. I gotta plug in because my laptop only lasts about 5 minutes.
Do you need a short-term break here?
Yeah, if you want to, this is a good time. Sure.
Okay. You said you need about 5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
We'll take a 5-minute break starting right now. We just announced that and then Adam said he needed 5 minutes. So we're back to the public hearing for resolution 23-35. Adam?
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you and good morning, commissioners. So yeah, we have a minor subdivision exemption request before you to divide about a 60-acre parcel into 2 parcels. So what I have is just kind of a brief PowerPoint presentation, mainly for visuals up there. The first slide kind of shows the subject property, which is off of Yankee Creek Road in the Upper Bear Creek area. So that's the property there. If I zoom out a little bit, you could kind of see it's a little bit smaller. Subject properties right here. You can see the county line, Clear Creek County, Jefferson County. This is Upper Bear Creek as it goes through the Upper Bear Creek Valley, that pretty valley area, and then splits in between Yankee Creek and Upper Bear, and then goes into the subject property. So what I have up right here is kind of a parcel map, and you can see how obviously it's a little bit denser population as you get closer to Jeffco, where the lots are a little bit smaller. And then as you get closer to the wilderness area, the lots are going to get a little bit larger. So the next slide is actually taken from the subdivision plat, and this shows the division that's proposed. Here's the line right there. So again, 60-acre parcel. Right now, there's already a residence and 2 accessory structures on the parcel, and that's on proposed lot 1. And then proposed lot 2 would be vacant if the subdivision request is approved. And with all vacant properties, when we do any types of new divisions of land, we usually require building envelopes. So you can see there's a building envelope on the property right there. So the reason why we usually have building envelopes for subdivisions is, one, to conform to Article 14, and I'll go more into that, but really so we create a buildable area in that lot. That's our chance to kind of say, hey, we want to ensure that we're, if the subdivision does go through, that we're creating a buildable area and it's not on steep slopes, geologic hazards, wetlands, floodplains, that type of thing. So usually that building envelope is going to adhere to setbacks for the zoning district, which is 30 foot on all sides, and then also be free of any land use issues. And for this property, the land use issues are mainly steep slopes. So that's why this building envelope is located in that area. The remainder of that vacant property has some kind of steep slopes in that area.
So that's, from your perspective as a planner, and having looked at the land and the topography, that's the most advantageous, reasonable place to build is within the proposed building envelope.
Yeah, and that's kind of what the plat says, that they need to stick their development in the building envelope and they can't have anything outside of that building envelope. Now, they can always come in for an amendment, but we usually want to see some support on why they need to change that building envelope. So there are instances where, they can build in areas with land use issues, but usually we like to see accompany professional reports with those. So for example, if they want to build in a wetlands area, then we'd want to see that Army Corps permit accompanied with that and some type of information from that agency saying that they're okay with that. But generally, we don't like to see that type of development. We just want to encourage development in appropriate places. Also kind of wanted to note too, the 2 access points for these properties is going to be Yankee Creek Road, which goes along the property in the south, and then also Sacred Mountain Trail. So currently the main residence is off of Sacred Mountain Trail. There's a driveway that kind of comes right off of that. And then the proposed lot 2 would be off of Yankee Creek Road. Now, both of those accesses don't actually have any type of easements associated with them, and that's like a lot of our roads. They've been there for a long time, but we've never had any type of formal dedication. And so the county kind of has a prescriptive claim to those. So through these processes, a lot of times we like to codify those access points. So as part of this subdivision process and part of the conditions in your resolution, we want to ensure that Yankee Creek is codified. And the owners have gone a little bit further and they're willing to dedicate that portion of Yankee Creek that resides on their property in fee simple to the county. That means they want to deed that property to the county because it is a public claim and we feel it's appropriate to have that ownership of that road. Now, it's a little bit different for Sacred Mountain Trail because that's a private access. So what they're proposing is to codify that in a form of an easement. So that's also a condition in the resolution as well, but I just wanted to note that. And then this next slide just shows what we usually want to see as well is some type of conceptual engineer drawing showing that they can get driveway access to any type of vacant parcel that meets our current county driveway standards. And we want to ensure that not only does it meet the standards, but we don't want to see any type of deviation for the standards. So a lot of times when someone has an entitled property, we do grant deviations sometimes from the driveway standards. But when someone's asking for a new entitlement, we want to see that they can meet access standards without any types of deviations. And that's what this is showing. It doesn't mean the driveway needs to go here, but it gives us proof that they can get access that meets our standards. And then through any type of entitlement process, we send out referral responses. In this case, and in most cases, we send out to all adjacent property owners within 300 feet, as well as any type of applicable internal or external professional agencies that include state, federal, and then also county agencies. Out of all the folks we sent it to, these are the folks that did respond to us, and I'll kind of go over a few of these. So as far as the agencies, we got the standard response from the Colorado Division of Water Resources. Because this is an exempt process, it's exempt from the state term subdivision, meaning that they can get an exempt water right with any type of exemption process. For us, our subdivision exempt process is 4 lots or less. So they kind of sent that referral response saying, yep, you can get adequate water supply. They also said that there potentially is a spring on the property. It doesn't look like they have probably legal access to that, but they can chat with the division if they want to know more about that, and they can figure that piece out. But that's kind of above and beyond anything there. So no issues with legal water supply. Public Works and Site Development Department did respond, and that was in response to Planning Commission comments on their resolution. So the Planning Commission heard this request in May, and they added a condition of approval and a findings of fact, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But one of the conditions for approval was to chat with the county engineer or Public Works Department and understand if there should be any additional easement required for that portion of Sacred Mountain Trail.
There are a couple of misspellings in there. Easements at the outset and Scared Mountain Trail further down there.
Oh, in the PowerPoint or in the
packet here.
In the packet? Oh, my apologies. I could get that fixed. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy with the spell check.
Yeah. I've done it 3 times.
My small brain kind of happens. So just to kind of reiterate what the Planning Commission was talking about, there's Sacred Mountain Trail that goes right in here, and it kind of gets really close to the subject property. So one of the Planning Commission members was concerned that, hey, maybe we want to see some additional easement area required on this portion of the subject property. And we should chat with the county engineer to feel if they think that's appropriate. So I had a conversation with Stoy Streepy, also sent him a formal email, and he sent an email back, which is in your packets. And he does not feel that there's any additional need for easement area on that property. In general, we usually only require the easement area for that portion of access that crosses over the property. So that's one piece of it. But also he was a little concerned that because it's so close to the driveway, there may be some conflict and that they have plenty of additional area if there's ever any type of codification of the road as it goes up through that area. So he didn't feel a need to request any more easement area in that.
Is that public land to the left, to the west there?
This is all private land in here, but there is some public land above there. Yep.
And does the trail lead to that public land?
So it was former public land, but the trail, to my understanding, services all private property. I think it could go beyond that if it wanted to, and it may.
But it's not a public trail.
No, it's a private access. Yeah. And the owners I've gotten a lot of at least responses or conversation from the other owners. And I think there's some thought as they may want to, through this process, see if they can just codify that whole piece, which is fine with us. We just want to make sure that this piece is codified, but if they want to extend it up through here, great, that's fantastic. So there may be, some additional easement area as part of this process too, which sounds fine to staff. And then Stoy lastly just commented that, they're giving us this property in fee simple. So that's a generous above and beyond too. So he feels comfortable there. So we did receive a number of responses from adjacent property owners, but most had no comment or issue with the proposal. The one owner that did have some concern and I'll go back up, sorry, to the map again, was the property owner that's just to the east of the subject property. He asked if the building envelope could be pushed back to 150 foot instead of 30 foot. So I have a new plat map that wasn't presented because they've made some changes from the planning commission. So they've actually reduced the building envelope to 100 feet here. It was 30 foot. But again, as part of that planning commission resolution, another piece was a finding of fact that asked if the applicant and the property owner could have more discussion to see if they could work a solution out that made them both satisfied, whether that building envelope could be pushed back a little bit. And they did have that conversation in between planning commission and today, and they were able to push that back 100 feet. I did follow up with Mike Freehan, who was made that comment, and he was satisfied with that reduction.
Adam, did I understand the packet right, that's not something that our code allows us to require? It was a request made and accommodated.
Yep, that's what staff felt. So, and planning commission as well. And that's why they listed it as a findings of fact. A lot of times in their resolution, if they just want to give a comment to you guys, but they understand maybe it's not a condition or they don't want to make it a condition, they'll add it as a findings of fact. So that was just, they understood that they probably couldn't require that based on the criteria of the minor subdivision request. However, they just wanted to note that and felt it was important. And I think they always feel it's important that the, owners and neighbors try to work out any type of issues. And so they just kind of wanted to put that on record.
So what we'd be asked to approve today, though, would be different than this. It would be with the new plat would have 100-foot setback.
No, so this is the new plat. So they were able to make that revision, and I've included that in your packets.
Oh, and that's 100.
Yeah, that's 100 feet
on there.
Yep,
Okay,
correct. It used
okay,
to be
that's
30 foot.
Good to go.
But they've reduced that, and they were able to get that revision to me before I sent out packets. So that's always a good thing. Yeah, and the nice thing is they were able to work that out. So we always like to see that as well. It's nice when neighbors can work that out. So that was pretty much the referral responses. Next, I'll move on to minor subdivision criteria for approval. As I've said before, all entitlement requests have either criteria for approval or standards for approval, in which the planning department, planning commission, and ultimately Board of County Commissioners utilize to make their decision on whether or not a request should be approved or denied. The planning department really has two main regulations. We have zoning regulations and subdivision regulations. Zoning or uses. Subdivision has to do with property boundary changes. The criteria and subdivision regulations are a little more black and white, a little more easier to understand. Hey, yeah, this definitely meets the criteria. This definitely doesn't. Some of them still can be a little bit gray, but it's usually a little bit easier to understand the subdivision criteria in a black and white form. So I'll go over these, but again, a lot of them are kind of pretty clear. So the first one is creates no more than 4 parcels because that's part of our minor subdivision exemption entitlement, and they're creating 2 parcels, so meets that criteria. The next 2 are comply with plating conditions and zoning, building, fire, and health codes. These 2 are basically meant to say, hey, we're not approving something that we know doesn't meet other types of codes, whether it's state, federal, or internal agency codes. So we want to make sure we've kind of sent out referrals and we're not getting any type of kickback being like, hey, we're approving something that we know is really not going to be okay with other folks' codes. So at this point in time, there's nothing that we see. So we feel it meets this criteria. Next one is complies with minimum lot size requirements. This is 5 acres. So any type of new lot that's not part of a centralized water and sanitation district needs to be at least 5 acres. And both of these lots are larger than that, so they meet that code. Resulting parcels have legal and physical access that meets county standards. I kind of went over all of this already. It does look like they can provide access that's legal and meets our physical standards. Next one is complies with state and county sewage disposal regulations. They've provided an engineered letter saying they could get an OWTS that meets our standards to the vacant property. They also have one already existing for the lot 1. And then provide documentation for an adequate legal water supply. Again, because it's an exemption process, they always usually have a legal water supply. And we always send out to the division just to ensure this, and there's no issues at this point with that. And then the last one has to do with Article 14, and I talked about that a little bit, and all of those are in your staff packet. But that really has to do with suitability for developing a property. Is it suitable? Does it have slopes that are just 40%? Does it not look suitable for development? And again, that's what leads us to create that building envelope. So that's a big part of Article 14 as well as access. And I kind of went over all of that in detail. However, staff feels that there's no particular issues with meeting Article 14 with all of the conditions in place and the current building envelope in the plat. So to move on, Planning Commission, they did have a meeting in May and they did recommend unanimous approval. Like I said before, and I kind of went over this, they did have one additional findings of fact, which spoke to having the owner and the neighbor try to work stuff out when it came to the building envelope, which they did. And then one additional condition for approval, which basically had us ask county engineer, hey, do you need any additional easement? Which he said no. So that's the last slide. Staff recommendations. Staff does recommend approval of the minor subdivision request as outlined in your resolution. As always, I've provided 2 resolutions for you, one with approval and then one with denial. I will note that Mr. Pierce is in the audience. I have been working with Evergreen Surveying as an authorized agent most of the time, and then Bruce shows up for the public hearing. So he is the owner, and if he has anything to say, he's here for you, or if you have any questions.
Yeah. The next item would be, I think, a comment from the owner.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm hard of hearing.
Sir, why don't you come up there?
Okay.
Thank you.
Bruce,
Okay. We go.
get that for you?
Okay. The May 17th meeting, I wasn't very happy when I left there. I won't go into that now. I have some concerns about it. I have some written facts about it. I have a problem with the easement. Oh, okay, Sacred Mountain Trail, when it goes past me, when it goes up to the other properties. I don't know if I said that I would agree to that, to giving you an easement. No, I won't. I had an easement done on mine. I'm sorry, I talk loud. I did that with mine. Now up there, I don't know why the road can't be made, cut into the other side. It'd be so much easier. Rather than take my fence out, I don't agree to it.
So sorry, just to clarify, Bruce, there was no, the county engineer said he didn't need any type of easement in that area. So the only easement that we're gonna need for Sacred Mountain is just that portion at the bottom.
Yep,
That
that's done.
exists there.
That's done.
Is that okay with you?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sure.
I understand now.
Understood from the presentation.
And that was relayed to his authorized agent, but yeah, I don't know if they communicated correctly or not, so. That was relayed to Bob Feraldi, who was working with you.
Okay.
So he should have relayed that to you, but I'm not sure if he did.
He probably did. I don't know, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Doesn't matter.
Any other comments?
No, I don't know. Do you have any, do you want to know what we have intentions to do with this place?
Sure.
Okay, the 13, I'm sorry, I talk loud. The 13 acres is mine in the house. The 45 acres is my ex-wife's. She has no intentions of putting anything there at all. And me, I have no intentions of doing anything to it. I've been there 32 years and that's the way I want it to stay.
But my understanding is that in the future, if your ex-wife changes her mind or sells it to somebody
I
else,
understand that.
it's developable land.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
I know it's hearsay. I knew it when I said it, but
So that was my question. This subdivision is basically part of
division of assets with you and your ex-wife. That's why you're doing this.
Yeah, I don't know, we've been divorced, I don't know, 12 years. And I lived there, paid the taxes on it. Then, I don't know, a couple of years ago, she said she was going to get a lawyer and take legal actions if I didn't divide it off, which I did. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
I think it would have been easier to have the legal actions taken to me rather than this. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not
I'm
sure
talking
that's
too
true, but
much.
that's neither here nor
But
there.
it's over. It's almost over, so sorry about that.
I don't have any other
Well,
questions.
well, thanks for the comments. That's informative. Anything else that you have? I don't have any questions.
Now, I feel good.
Okay. The next thing we do is we ask for public comment, see if there's any public comment, and then we'll have our discussion. So is there any public comment based on what anyone has heard here today? Is there anyone online?
Nope.
Okay, so with no public comment, now it's up for discussion among the commissioners.
It's always my default to defer to the expertise of staff and our volunteer boards. And in this case, it looked like everything was followed to the letter of the law and a unanimous recommendation was made. So I have no concerns and I'm planning on supporting this.
Likewise, compliments to staff. We've been through a number of these and Adam, I don't recall having ever done anything but go with the staff's recommendation on a minor subdivision. Maybe there's been a case or two where we added
You're
a
right.
condition.
Yeah.
And I think it might be worth it for us to consider, as you said, Adam, the criteria is pretty black and white. If they meet it, they meet it. And I wonder if it's time for us to think about making this process easier and going through, allowing for administrative review, possibly planning commission review, possibly not. Maybe we could think of some, criteria that would cause it to be elevated to this board. But I take the comments about the process being difficult seriously. And if we like our code and we're brought black and white decisions, maybe it's time to look at that. So that's a comment that I have for like a policy comment for the future. For right now, I'm prepared to support this application.
Yeah, comment noted. I could definitely chat with Fred about that and Brian. And I know we've had that discussion in the past when we were trying to do efficiencies with less staff. So if the rest, I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but yeah, happy to have that conversation. And we could have, some criteria in there that maybe triggers a public review or maybe there's steps or something.
I don't know if, when it comes to a subdivision, even a minor subdivision, it seems like it's appropriate to have, you still got to dot the i's and cross the t's, and I haven't heard anything that you thought about or talked about that was something that you didn't need to think about and talk about. So, but I'm all for improving systems. If we can improve systems, there's a way to do it. If it's a matter of having less oversight of the planning commission, I really don't have a strong opinion about whether we should cut the planning commission out of the process in some of these, because I'm not sure I don't know how you clearly spell the lines in so many subdivisions like this, or each one's different than the last. So I don't know how you draw the set of criteria to understand when it doesn't go to them.
Yeah, we do try to do a lot of work in the beginning of the process to, say things need to be done in order to get our recommendation for approval. And usually the applicants follow that line of guidance, not always. And that's usually where you get some issues when we do bring it to you. But,
Well, if we can do, if there's a way that you think that, we can make the system better, then, and you can bring it back to us, then that's fine.
okay.
And my intention isn't to debate that topic here or
Right.
hijack this meeting, but I was actually proposing that this board not be involved.
Right.
And the planning commission as well, just administrative review. But anyway, that said, I'm prepared to support the application.
I have a question kind of related to this conversation. My anecdotal observation is when people come in this room and they're frustrated and angry, usually there's some suboptimal communication that has taken place. Usually they don't have a good understanding of what the process is and what's expected of them.
So true.
Do you think there's any opportunity to kind of improve our website, improve the kind of educational materials we have? So if somebody decides, you know what, I want to subdivide my giant property into 6 different ones for all these different reasons, that they can go somewhere and they can kind of quickly figure out what are the boxes that I need to check? Who am I going to have to hire? Like, what's this? How long is this going to take? What's this going to cost me?
Are they checkable? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And we can always improve. The answer is yes, we can always improve. And I think we've already identified ways we can improve. You know, and we don't give you a lot of insight to how this goes before it gets to you. We do have, you know, usually an inquiry meeting and usually a pre-application meeting is really the big component. So after the applicant steps out of that pre-application, they should have a very clear understanding of, you know, not only the entitlement process in detail, but also the whole development process. Because there's really 2 parts of development. There's the entitlement piece, and then there's the permitting piece. And if you get the, okay, you're good with entitlements, move on to permitting. If not, then you usually chat with a planner and then we can say, here's your options for, we do have that system and usually it's fairly clear. We do deal with a lot of mom and pops, so it's the first time doing some. So any of these are hard. I mean, go through, if any of you have gone through a building permit process of building a house, like it's not only the government piece, but it's also the contracting piece. But there are so many ways we can do improvements and we keep identifying those. And yeah, you're totally correct. And hopefully some of this new software we're getting is going to allow us to give some automation to that and also some more information on the front end to applicants. So they have a clear understanding. I totally agree. Miscommunication or misinformation is the #1 issue with frustration.
Yeah.
So hopefully
I think there's some stuff that you can't fix that you're always going to get a reaction to. Sometimes you can communicate very clearly and make it very easy to follow and understand. And what they're upset about is they can't do what they want to do. And so whenever anybody's upset about something, it's not necessarily a sign that you failed or your system has failed because they're not happy. Sometimes they're not happy because they can't do something that's got a good reason to not be able to do. So otherwise we wouldn't even need to have these meetings or have these departments. You know?
Yeah. My last comment, I appreciate, George, your comment about creating efficiencies by cutting us out of the process. My suspicion is this part of it may not be the easiest piece, but it's probably one of the easiest pieces. And I personally like the ability to look at these because it has an impact on neighborhoods. And at the end of the day, I think we're accountable for it. And I wouldn't want a situation to happen where a subdivision happened. I didn't know about it. It created a lot of controversy. And now we're in a situation that was avoidable.
Yeah.
staff doesn't want to be responsible for that either.
Right, when we eliminate this part of the process, it takes time out of the process, right? Whenever we have to land the plane here, it just means it takes a little longer to land the plane because it's schedules and timing.
Time on the side of the applicant, time on the side of staff.
Well, my comments notwithstanding, if anything we can do to make it easier to get to from here, point A to point B, I do agree with that.
Yes.
Yeah, we could always have a discussion, Brian and staff, and feel if it's maybe appropriate to bring as a work session or something like that.
This one sounds like it went pretty simple.
Yeah, you can put me on the list of people that would like to see, a comprehensive review of our codes and our processes. We've got 15 more months with the board that I really like. Let's do it. Did I count right? Not 15.
18.
More like about 18,
So
19,
who's
but
counting?
thanks for thinking optimistically. Okay, so do we have a motion?
Move we approve resolution 23-35, minor subdivision exemption case BX 2022-0002, Pierce Sacred Mountain Trail.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you for your time.
You bet. The next item is a work session to discuss land management on open space commission properties with Alvarado Open Space Park as
You're
a
good. You
pilot.
approved it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll chat with you out there, Bruce.
Okay.
Thanks, Adam.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thanks for a job well done.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah.
So, Ryan and Martha, and I see we have John Butcher and Mark Cuccinell
No
in
problem.
too.
All right, so this is the first of several items. We're in a little pinch hitting here for Amy being out right now. So we brought before you today the land acquisition and land management process as it relates to the work of the Open Space Commission, working with staff. And they've also brought forward the Alvarado Open Space Park Management Plan. So just as a way of a little bit of a history, in December of 22, you all adopted resolution 22-77. That's where we transferred the land management process from the Open Space Commission to staff. And at that time, you had directed staff to work with the Open Space Commission to develop some collaborative processes around the various items that get brought to you, land acquisition, land management, et cetera. And today's work session item is the result of that work, staff working with the Open Space Commission to develop some of these processes. In addition to bringing you the Alvarado Open Space Park Land Management Plan that the Open Space Commission had spent a tremendous amount of time working on prior to the changes that the board implemented, right? So we wanted the Open Space Commission wanted to use that new plan and these new collaborative processes together to bring these forward to you today. So I want to point you to the first link in your agenda packet, which is the land management, a process for land acquisition, and it looks like this document right here. And so this document outlines how the commission working with staff working with the commission would identify properties that would ultimately be coming before you to determine if we want to make a purchase, accept a donation, et cetera. So that kind of outlines the process that would result in staff providing you a land use recommendation document that would give you more data as we bring potential purchases, potential acceptance of property, et cetera. So you've got more information at your fingertips. So again, that's the commission working with staff to develop that document that gets in front of you before we even make the purchase or acceptance process or decision, right? And that conversation would then help inform the actual land use plan that would be developed for said purchase, said acceptance of property. And again, which is what you've got in front of you is the Alvarado plan. So I'm going to stop there and look over at Martha and see if she's got anything she wants to add.
Well, I was going to say there's pieces to it that you saw that there's a land use recommendation form, which is basically a shorthand thing to do for a particular property. And we did that for Alvarado, even though we bought Alvarado a long time ago, so you could see what it looks like. And that looks at it has things like suitability criteria. And I'll come back to your questions, George. I've got them up on the screen here. And there's a site visit and those kinds of things so that we actually know what we're talking about when we put that together. So normally this would come to you as part of the acquisition piece. And then you go into the land management plan, and then subsequent to that, we have a third step, which is based on the land management plan, we come up with project work plans or site-specific plans. So that's the structure, sort of 3 steps. And the acquisition, the LUR kind of helps guide the acquisition piece, but your acquisition is your first step, which is something we have to figure out whether we're going to buy it or not. And George sent questions that I have here that I can try to address. One of the questions was about suitability for development and whether we consider that. And I think, and actually, did Jackie come on? Because Jackie Doust was going to come on. She's also from the commission. Would you like me to cross over? Yeah, and then Mark's here. When somebody comes to us, and the ways you see that people come to us is all part of step 1, we are assuming that people have made a decision, that there's been some decision by the people involved on some level that they want to come to us about open space. Whether it's suitable for development or not is a question that I think needs to be addressed outside of the Open Space Commission, that it can get brought in. And like I remember on Douglas Mountain, The question was whether it should have been considered for development and whether the county had it considered for development. That was a discussion between the PALs, the people that own the property, Malt and CPW. So if somebody comes to us, they've either, and they're going to either, sometimes people want to donate it, sometimes people want to sell it to us, whatever. They're coming to us for some reason. They've either decided they want to have it be open space, like the stuff that got bought up in Plume that we contributed to, but we don't manage in the Plume Park, or they want to donate it to us. And whether it's the point at which I think when we bring it to the county manager, which is step 3, and we've sort of said this works for open space, I think that's the point at which there's a cross check with the other county plans that maybe we don't know about. I could give you an example. It's not the best example, but like the LDS Church, for example, if somebody was coming to us with that, we actually own the property. We got the other parcels around it, but not the actual church piece. But if somebody was coming, the question as to whether that should be developed or not might be being considered by community development and not in our purview, our radar. And at that point, somebody would say, okay, we've got a problem here. There's a conflict. We need to resolve it. So I think the suitability for development gets addressed outside the context of open space. Does that make sense, George?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's, and so, and that seems like the right place to insert it into the process. I didn't see anything mentioned about it, so I wanted to bring it up because, it came up in the Douglas Mountain process. I think I made the comment and I was glad to approve that for conservation as one of our last, sort of montane meadows. But it came up that we have, the comment I made is that we have a well-established process around identifying parcels for conservation and securing them. And we don't have a well-developed process for identifying parcels for development and securing them, nor do we have funding to purchase them. That's a whole nother question. But I think we would be better served if we had, a process to consider parcels suitable for development. And that could help us understand and it's not in every context, we might have a landowner that says, no, your options are purchase it for open space or not. And then we have a decision to make, right? And I'm a conservationist at heart and also, a humanist, and understand that we have, severe housing shortage that's causing, acute suffering. 75% of our workforce commutes in from the metro area. And that has climate impacts, that has behavioral health impacts, it has physical health impacts, and it has community quality of life impacts. And so that's why I brought it up. And I think I'm satisfied that when it comes to the county manager consults confidentially, of course, because we want this process to remain confidential with members of other teams, just to conduct an analysis of whether it's suitable for development for us to have that information as well. I don't know what we do with that information, but I know we don't do anything if we don't have it.
The other mechanism that's been out there that has impacted open space in the past in terms of potential purchases that is out there that gives you a sense of development is the county's master plan. And the example I can give you on that is the meadow on Floyd Hill that actually, if you saw, Malt just received it from the Fries, that it's the piece with the pond. We open space tried numerous times to get to figure out ways to buy it, whether it was from David Elmgreen or David Williams and various things. And we brought it to the board numerous times over the years. And the master plan shows it as being, it's commercial or it's apartment. The Williams piece had apartments on it as zoning. And we got turned down every time. So there is that other piece in there that is sort of at the 1,000 feet level or whatever, that gives you some sense of what's developable, what's not. And so when one's looking at parcels, that's a really high level way to get that input. So there is some mechanism. It's not down at the level that you're talking about, but at least it'll get considered. And then you have the issue of where you get the money if you want to buy it for development, or do you find a developer? And I think on a lot of parcels, I would say probably 90 or 80 to 90% of what gets brought to the Open Space Commission is probably not developable. There's it's the hillside on the other side of the interstate that's like this, but
A section of the Notch Trail or.
yeah, but it's a good question to ask. I'm just saying the reality is that we were talking about a very minor section of what comes to us. It's just probably in some ways the most visible in some ways because it's down in the corridor.
But however, ironically, one of those would be the parcel you're getting today, right, is the Alvarado. That meadow being something that should be considered for development.
Right, except I'll come back to that. I've got some.
Criteria used to come to that conclusion?
It's flat.
And it's got a road next to it.
Well, but actually, I can jump ahead on that because George did raise that in the questions you guys sent me.
I thought we were going to do something a little more complicated and evaluated criteria than I noticed it there.
Right, but I have some answers and some information that'll provide you with what has been done historically in relation to that meadow.
Yeah, let's.
But we'll work our way through to it.
The ironic thing, I think, is the concept of protecting something that's undevelopable that was already protected before we spent money on it. Like, if it can't be developed, no one's going to do anything with it.
Yeah. There are sometimes people, I was going to say, you mentioned the reasons that people have to bring these things and offer them to open space. And it kind of falls into that. It may not be fully undevelopable, for example, like Douglas Mountain and the meadow up there. But it isn't that the people who had owned it for at least a couple of decades or more, 2.5 decades or something like that, hadn't been trying to sell it and hadn't been trying to figure out how to develop it. And after 25 years of trying to do that and not coming up with a taker or coming up with a plan they could sell, decided maybe this isn't as easy as we thought, and because some things are flat. And there are a lot of places that are flat, that are next to the road, that are parks and things like that, so flat next to the road, I think, is not the only criteria. That's all I was getting at was like, rather than state, what George suggested, let's have an objective criterion process and checklist of being able to figure things out that considers a lot of things, both conservation and developable value, and then you have to weigh those because something can have both. And there isn't a place where one of them always automatically trumps the other. I think that's where we come in.
Exactly. And I mean, I am the same thoughts about that meadow. Well, it's flat and it's close to a road. You have a lot of other questions, right?
Yeah.
And what we don't have in this county anywhere is really energy behind making that evaluation.
The other thing to your point, Sean, is a lot of the parcels that are truly like over there that are totally non-developable, because even actually the Notch Trail could have been developed, those things we end up getting from tax lien sales and from donations and stuff. I mean, people have done what Randy said. They've tried for years to see if they could interest somebody in buying it, and it hasn't worked. I mean, the other kind of policy question for the board to consider on the big picture, and it goes with back to the research that was done or the studies done on the high mountain basins, which is, do you as a county want to have development up where you have roads and things where people are going to want services, but you can't really service them well because they're up in Waldorf Basin or wherever. And you may be able to get somebody to put something in, but it's not an easy thing to put in, and then they're going to expect services. So it's not, everything has balancing that has to get addressed. It's not a clear black, white answer.
And I definitely agree with it. We see it all the time. People buy properties that they think are developable, and then we have really tough driveway exemption cases. Anyway,
yeah, exactly. We're doing good, but that's it. Let's see. What else did you say? You asked about how open space members' interests fit into. I presume that's to the becoming aware of a piece of property. Is that what your question was?
I see personal contact. So this is step one.
Right. This is how we identify it.
The OSC is approached, and then item C says BoCC or county staff identifies potentially important property. I just wonder if, a member of the Open Space Commission identifies a potentially important property, how they fit into this process.
That's the personal contact. That's for example, it's down the street from you, or like actually the Sawmill Gulch piece we bought that CDOT's going to put the interstate through. Bob Judge was looking on Zillow and saw it. and just happened to see it. I mean, so people who are out, I mean, people that are out wandering around from the Open Space Commission, interacting with people, get approached by a landowner or somebody, and that's where they fit in. And so it's how do we, these are different ways that we get information that something's available, that, you know, somebody's approaching us, either they're approaching us or we're available. The good examples on like BoCC in some ways is stuff along the Greenway. You know, we know what the path is and we know where it needs to be, kind of thing.
So your understanding, Martha, Brian, as this is written, if the Open Space Commission identifies a potentially important property, it can become part of this process. Because that's not what's written into here. It says BoCC or county staff identifies as potentially
I
important
think Martha's
property.
telling you that she believes it's written into B, but we can be more explicit.
But if you look at the step one says the OCC becomes aware of a piece of property by these different ways. Of which the personal contact would be somebody from the OSC finds out about something.
Okay, then
It may not be clear, but we can make it clearer.
I'm satisfied then.
Okay.
The next comment I had was step 2A. Two comments on that. One was in what I sent yesterday. It says an OSC scouting visit may also take place. I wonder if we're reading this document years from now, if it is more clear if it says upon request or something, so it's clear that the OSC may ask, or not may ask, may, you know, I don't want to use the word demand, but, you know, may have a site visit. This sort of is unclear about who gets to say a site visit is going to happen.
Well, no, actually, we're going to conduct a site visit regardless, and that the site visit report is done, it should be say clear, the staff people are going to go out and look at the site if you can get to it. There may be some that we actually can't get to, but in general, the idea is to go visit the site and get some sense of what the lay of the land is as much as one can. And then you fill out the site visit report that I have here somewhere, but it's you check off and figure out sort of what's there and do you see any hazardous things and what are the assets when you actually get up on the land? You know, do I see evidence of elk or sheep or whatever? And you look, the suitability criteria that you asked about that we'll get to later, those things, when you go up on a site visit, you're looking at those criteria when you're standing on the land. Does it provide me with connectivity between communities? Like, is it along the Greenway would be one example. But so a site visit happens unless, as I said, unless it's totally, you can't get to it. The question, this addition of the OSC was whether if the staff is doing it, there are people on the Open Space Commission now, and there may be people on in the future who also want to go out and actually look at it and not just see the report. And so we may not be clear on how we phrased it, but that's the intent.
Yeah, okay. And that's my intent, is that if an Open Space Commission member wants to see it, they have
There's nobody can stop them, yeah.
I also wonder if, I mean, I guess, you know, we don't need to write this into here, but this would also be a time to have maybe planning staff visit the site. But that doesn't, I mean, the county manager in step 3 can do that. You know, to get back to having multiple eyes and perspectives on a piece of property.
One other thing too, it seems like there's a step 0 that should be in there. Like, what are our guiding principles or our overall high-level strategy that helps us to decide where to spend our limited resources? Because it sounds like step 1 is kind of like we accidentally stumble into something, and that's my not necessarily, I'm overstating a little bit, but we have a master plan, we have a lot of documents, we have a very dated open space plan, and it just seems like there should be some mention of what opportunity we're looking to take advantage of or what problem we're looking to solve, rather than approaching this kind of haphazardly or tactically.
And I think there is actually a revision of the open space plan that we've been trying to get in front of you for a while, but it keeps getting bumped for other reasons. And I want to say there's 5 items that were identified. It's like education, resource protection, and like wildlife habitat. I'm not going to remember all 5 of them. Those provide sort of your overarching thing. And then I think there's an in-between tier that you're really talking about that is, do we want are we looking for stuff in the high mountain basins versus are we looking for stuff down along the creek? Right? I mean, that kind of strategy, right? And it sort of gets, it gets played out in some ways. And in some ways we're opportunistic because we're not out there on the Greenway. We were out there looking for stuff and in the canyon because we knew we needed to get it in order to make the trail come through. But we will never be able to buy all of the high mountain basin.
That's my point exactly.
Yeah, claims.
And maybe part of it is I see it in E, the property identified the OSC strategic goals or plan.
Yeah.
But again, I think the last time I saw that document, it was very much focused on a greenway construction role that the OSC doesn't really have quite on the front of their burner that they used to. So I don't know, maybe even just moving E to A to indicate that like that's where everything starts might make things a little more clear. Because starting off with there happens to be a real estate advertisement, and again, it sounds very tactical to me.
Right, and those are not, and those are not in any sort of priority order. They are the different ways that things get identified. So, but I have no problem with you moving it around, but I'm just saying that there is no, those are just all the different ways we have had people, we have decided how to.
No, I get it.
Yeah,
So, I had 2 or 3 thoughts, and there was one I wanted to start with, and just as I'm listening and reading some stuff. I guess I will jump to the latter one. It's interesting. I want to go back to the idea of criteria and developability. I'm not interested in hearing any more comments in these meetings where somebody says, where we know correctly that we need to have good criteria to make these decisions. And then somebody else says, put that one over there. We all know what that is. I don't know that you do. We use criteria, we don't. So, each of us has our own, sees stuff through our own eyes when we look at properties and know what they're facing. That, there are a lot of people looked at the LDS property and said that it's ridiculous to not develop that and to develop it right now and soon, until we looked at the actual objective criteria of what it took to develop it in terms of utilities and everything else. And its suitability for affordable housing suddenly hit a snag. Those are examples. So what's obvious to one person seems to be completely unobvious to another and even wrong. And we've run into that with a few things we've talked about. But one thing that hits me is when we talk about those high mountain meadows and places where development helps. And if we can relax our standards, we can just let people get up there. Having bought some of the early York Gulch properties when they were first being sold, there was an absolute promise by everybody that they were not demanding that services were going to have to get up there. And that's great when the first person that first wants to develop it says, I'm not going to require this. But then after they figure out they can't stomach living up there without service anymore, they sell it to the next person and the next person, and pretty soon there's people screaming for services. And I remember listening to a group of county commissioners at the Buffalo Bar one morning at brunch about 40 years ago, and they were talking about this exact problem that, but what comes next is in another 10 years, they're going to be screaming for services up there and they're going to want it. And I would just like to read from the minutes of January 11th, 1983, at a Board of County Commissioners meeting. Bill Trevethan of AMAX Incorporated approached the board and advised the county's valuation will be decreased by 50% next year due to Henderson's decreased mine production figures. So we needed to get ready for losing money from AMAX, and that was 40 years and about 5 months ago. He informed the board that such a drop will require the commissioners to double the property tax levy in order to generate the same amount of revenue being recently received currently. He advised the board to inform taxpayers and mortgage companies of this situation so that they might salt away extra money to pay the increased taxes. He further suggested that the county should consider drastically cutting funds and cutting off all unnecessary programs like snow plowing. And he was dead serious. So
Who said that again?
Bill Trevethan from AMAX. So I'm just suggesting that I'm not suggesting that we should reduce snow plowing, but it's just when we think about the impacts of remote development, that's just something to remember, and part of how we establish fiscal responsibility within the county and suitability for development versus suitability for conservation. So there's a lot to look at.
Yeah, and just to be really clear, I'm not talking about trying to emphasize remote development.
I didn't say, this is not a criticism of you on it or anything you said, just so you know. It's just an observation that it actually supports what you're talking about, what you supported.
Yeah, because
a little bit ago.
we're saying the same thing. We need a program to consider sites objectively as we purchase them.
Right, and
Before we purchase them.
to go back, and the role of the Open Space Commission and it as an advisory is to have the open space lens. And what you need is, whether it's somebody else, whoever, community development, whoever's over here, to have that other lens, because we're picking these people over here, not for that set of expertise over here.
Correct.
So.
We need somebody within our team to have a step one and a step two for
Right,
the process for land acquisition for development.
right.
To move forward on this, I think your question is about who does the suitability review, is that?
And you answered that earlier, that's staff.
Yeah, that's staff. And your comment just is to say currently adopted criteria, right? Which is just
Just so that.
so that in case it changes, right? Yeah. And we were not on step 4. We're not talking about selling county lands. There has been over the years, and it's a little bit.
Make sure what the question is, so the other two know.
Oh, so it just says, does this refer to the sale of county lands? It's number C under G. Actually, those were sort of.
Provide some context for that question. It says make an initial recommendation on the funding approach. And then it suggests additional pre-owned county lands redesignated as permanent open space.
And that's.
Curious how that is a funding approach.
I think that's in the wrong place. There are still a number of parcels, and I want to say it's 10 or something, but there's not a lot of parcels left that are still that are former BLM land that has not been designated as open space or for any other purpose. And I know that some of it, I'm not going to remember the name of the parcel. Like there's one that's somewhere up on not Leavenworth, Alps Mountain area that was, the thought was that it might be for a fire station or anyways, there's some pieces and there's like Bellevue Hudson and things. And Bakerville is the other one that, once again, it's been considered for development a number of times and then nothing's quite happened to it. I think that's in the wrong place, but the question, and it's an acquisition into the open space portfolio, but it's not an acquisition in terms of actually buying.
Oh, okay. So that's sort of like.
But I think it's kind of in the wrong, I think.
Funding required because.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just needs to be moved. Yeah. So the funding is it's just a management designation. So that's a little weird, but yeah.
Okay. That's right.
So. I think that's all
And
you.
then my last question, and this
There it
gets
is.
us into the other document, but I marked it here. Step 6C, land use recommendation has suitability analysis questions. It's actually on the land use recommendation
Yes.
form. There's a series of questions. Where do those come from?
Those predate me. They were actually, these are the same questions that were when they did the policies and open space plan in 2001, when the Open Space Commission was created. And I would guess, and Frank isn't here to tell us, but he could probably answer it for us because he was there. My guess is they did a pretty comprehensive search. And I think they also probably talked to the folks in Jefferson County because they guided a lot of the early development stuff. But these seem to cover the whole range of open space. If you look at the Open Space Commission's mission, these cover the whole range of things. And so when we developed this, we just took the questions that were in the original plan. They seem to still valid.
I don't have a problem with any of the questions. I was hoping to hear that they came from that document.
Yeah.
And then while we're talking about that form, it uses an acronym RPP. What does that stand for?
Our recreation and public purposes. It's the stuff that applies to the county lands. I mean, one thing on those lands, we can't sell them anymore, right? Because they were, at the time to do that expired. And in terms of what you can do on those lands, it is, it's a federal act that I think it guides BLM predominantly. But those purposes, it's why the one piece I was just talking about that's up in Alps Mountain, I think it was for a fire station. It can be used for a fire station. It can be used as a park. We can't sell it to you to build a house on. Or we can't develop something that doesn't meet those public purposes.
Right, and it primarily came out of that BLM era of where they were getting rid of that land and through the county. And then there've been a few other pieces that came in kind of like that, like the DLD property that came with stipulations about how you could use them from, and I can't remember where we left that.
Right. Well, and the RPMP, if you look at the open space designated lands that are under open space, that are to be managed as open space, we have about 5,000 acres, I think it is total at this point, and some huge percentage, and I'm going to say it's like 3,000, but I'm pulling numbers out of my head that I don't have, they're not accurate, come from the former BLM lands. And so it makes a big difference as to what you can do on them, and how you manage them. And so, so we wanted, the other reason to have that thing on here was do we have a conservation easement on it? For example, Floyd Hill, where what we do down in that 108 acres that's down by the trailhead, it has a conservation easement, so we have to consult MALT. And that piece also gets encumbered in a different way, which is it's co-owned with Jeffco. So we have to consult with Jeffco. So this was a way for us to track that in a simple place where you knew that when you're looking at uses, that affects what your choices are.
Okay, thank you. Maybe that section could refer to encumbrances more generally or something, but if there are other encumbrances that RPP.
Yeah, and somewhere it was supposed to be something about, it said acquisition. I thought we had some title restrictions is how it's titled. And it may be that there's a better word other than title restrictions.
No, that's fine. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, no, that's.
So let me go back for a second to this, as we've kind of gone through most of this section, the process for land acquisition, all those steps that come up to a recommendation, then if OSC recommendation is approved by the BoCC and we move forward. Because I am not interested in prioritizing development over conservation or vice versa necessarily. It all depends on what the criteria are as you look at. Is there a place in those first 7 steps? And I know you were saying a little bit ago, George, that's not something that we want open space to be digging into is developability. I mean, somewhere in there, open space needs to consider a universe of ideas also when they make a recommendation. Is there a place in here where open space shouldn't be precluded from thinking about commercial developable value in weighing their own recommendation to us, so that they're giving us, a really fully formed kind of universe based on a universe of thought, because that helps make a difference. We might care what they think about that. They may have a place.
Let me comment on that, because I would think in that universe, they're gonna recommend don't buy it, right? Because they're not gonna want to use open space land to buy something
Well, we can't, I don't
we're
think,
developing, you can't use it for that purpose anyway, right?
I
So
don't think so.
I would think if the open space believes that this land should be preserved for development, it wouldn't be something they'd even be bringing you, right? Because their whole charge is how to manage the open space fund, which is all about preservation of open space land.
Well, I hear what you're saying. I guess what I'm saying is that they bring us recommendations for acquisition, and those should be fully informed and thought out recommendations. So what we're building here is a process of advisement. And, I want to know what Brian thinks about conservation and development on a particular piece of property. And I guess what I'm thinking is I'm interested to know what people that serve on the Open Space Commission, it's not like they operate within these guardrails alone. And so I'm curious, because they might say, they might look, if their advice is informed also by the relative value of that land for other purposes, so they can make a reasoned judgment in their recommendation to us, it seems like it could be helpful. A place that's allowed for it, they may or may not do that, but I just, rather than having this silo and this silo come to us with their recommendations for land, if there's cross communication, cross thoughtfulness or whatever. That's my thinking there. It's not to get in the way. It's that neither one trumps or vetoes the other, but.
I think that, but you're asking for I think you can get people's opinions from open space, but I'm not sure that they have the expertise.
Yeah,
and that's, but I will give you.
Bandwidth is the other thing. Bandwidth to even take the time.
I can give you an example. If you go back, stuff where the Whitewater Park is and where Greg Books has put in Lawson Adventure Park and all that. This was before I came to work here, but there was discussions about what should happen to the lands along there. And there were a lot of former BLM lands. And there was a discussion about, because it's flat, right, relatively along until it goes up very sharp. And there was a discussion and it was like the Whitewater Park will go for open space to be developed as the Whitewater Park. And there was an agreement that the zoning on the other side would be commercial so that it could be developed. And so that was discussed by the Open Space Commission. As I said, it was before I was there, so I don't know. I think it had to do with when they were looking at the big picture of what to do with BLM lands. So they have not been not involved, but it's just not within their expertise.
Yeah, I get you. I'm thinking out loud more than anything, just asking the question so we don't leave that stone unturned, just thinking about it. And the other thing I would say is another example like that is I remember on Alvarado Space Park, what we call that now, which was Clear Creek Ranch and then Shadows Ranch. But that when that was purchased, I remembered that, well, open space, and this brings up another big question about just strategy. How do we work with open space and open space funds? That there have been places that we purchased land and used open space funds to get into it, knowing that it had dual possibilities. And some of the land might be used for this and some of the land might be used for that. And it's because the open space land was there, money was there and convenient. And then we buy it, put it into open space, but recognize that some of it may be severed out later like that.
And I can talk about that.
And on Alvarado Road specifically, I remember the conversations that what was to the north or west side of the road, depending on whether you're reading a compass or thinking about I-70 in the direction it generally runs, that the area by the river, the lowland, was better for a park and open space area. And the land on the other side would be potentially divested for commercial, just divested to the private sector for development. And some of what happened on the riverside might be, could turn into something that would be a combination of trail open space, fishing access and things like that, as well as maybe some cabins or some kind of a facility that could be rented and stuff like that out, for events. And so there was a lot. And so it's like, well, let's just use open space funds and grab this, and then we'll sort the rest of that out later. And then what we do is we retreat back into our camps and say, well, this is open space. You can't use it.
Well, and actually that was
We kind of forget the history of how we got there.
Well, and I'll come back to that later, but it was bought with that. And the only caveat was that's true on any of these things, which is if it got divided up and you developed the meadow side, the cost of the land for the meadow side needs to be returned to the open space trust fund.
Right.
And because that's
When you
just,
sold the land, the money would come back into the open space fund, right?
but we'll get to that because yes, that has an interesting history and I've got some, it relates to one of George's other questions that's for later.
While we're still on the process for land acquisition, and Randy, I appreciate your comments. And the thing that I think we might want to review this and write in where in the process planning or whoever we identify gets involved. Just because, right now it says staff informs the county manager and it doesn't say anything about involving any other teams. And I don't want to put this county manager or any other county manager in a position of being on team development, right? Like it should just be written in that when open space is considering a land, planning takes a look, does an analysis as well. And then the county manager is in a position to be more neutral and evaluate both of those reports instead of having to, be on team development, which is kind of the way this process might be perceived if it's not just written into there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a comment that I have.
Right. It's structure the process and there's a piece missing.
Right.
And I'm at heart a conservationist as well, but also just want to provide good logical governance and decision-making. And that question always comes up. We've heard it from every board of county commissioners ever, and it varies from commission to commission, but the question always comes up, damn it, we've got all that U.S. Forest Service. We don't need any more open space in this county. And there's still pieces that come up that are viable for that reason. And that's why the fund was put there to begin with. And anyway, so, but in this process, since at that point, we're recommending that it comes to the BoCC and then we start negotiating to purchase the property for that purpose. There isn't a place where we're having a discussion about commercial viability and bringing it in other than just blowing it up when we get in the Board of County Commissioners room.
Or letting the county manager be the bad guy.
Yeah, right.
Or we're having that conversation in executive session as we're
Executive
discussing
session.
whether or not we want to make a purchase.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I
I
mean,
think
when-
that's a conversation to be had in public meeting as well, though. Those factors are, in my opinion, I'm not sure they qualify for executive session when it comes to talking about commercial viability versus commercial value versus conservation value. I think that's an open meeting discussion.
I mean, when you're talking about purchasing land and trying to have a negotiation, what I think
That's
is
different.
whatever setting we get it into, we should have information on both perspectives.
Right. Right. And it's best if while recommendations are being developed, some of that conversation takes place, I think. And then I agree with when it comes down to real estate negotiations, once we decide what we are doing with the property, I'm not talking about that. Sure. I'm talking about the discussion of what's the highest and best use for this land. That's an open meeting.
Sure, that's a policy decision.
Yeah.
Okay, that's everything I have on that document.
Mr. Chair, if I might, so this is a work session. So seeking the input we're getting right now with respect to these processes. So we just kind of walk through the land acquisition process, right? So if that results, and we bring you this document that they have filled out for the Alvarado management plan that the Open
Right.
Space Commission has put a tremendous amount of work in. This becomes now a document that staff will be writing, informed by this document that we're asking you to approve. When you
Right.
say, yes, let's go out and make this purchase, or let's accept this property. So any thoughts you might have, I think the Open Space Commission would like to see us bring this back at some point, and ask for you to actually adopt this management plan for Alvarado. But that said, any input you have there also would be helpful to take back.
Well, and you need to, I don't know if you want to walk through the land management plan process.
That's a
And the-
question for the board, if they want to get into that detail at this point or not, given the
Right,
time.
given the time. I mean, you have it, and you got given a overview, which has the 3 steps, and then for the land management plan, which you have for Alvarado, you have an example based on Alvarado. There is an annotated version that shows you kind of the pieces. It's like, what are the facilities? What's the ecology? What are potential uses? For example, on Alvarado, the desire is to have it be low impact kind of uses versus you might have something else. I mean, whitewater park, you have whitewater thing, you have different kinds of things. So yeah, if you want to go into that, and otherwise I could answer some of George's questions quickly as to Alvarado. And then we do want to have you at some point bless the Alvarado plan when it has as it is, or as you amend it. And the question is whether we had forgotten anything on the land management process. And I had my annotated version and I'd now misplaced it. There it is.
My only comment on the land management plan is in step 2, it just says it's going to be drafted by staff with OSC review and input. I kind of view staff as, I don't know if we want to change the language or not, but I just want to state it. I kind of view the staff role as sort of facilitative. They draft it and they say, what do you think? But it's the Open Space Commission's land use plan.
Well, I think that's a question to be discussed because I'm going to channel Amy. I think Amy's view is that the staff writes it and open space provides input.
What language are you looking at here?
I'm looking at the second step, be drafted by staff with OSC review. I mean, I titled land management process.
Yeah.
Yep, step 2, second bullet point, second bullet point, step 2.
We might want to I don't know. I think we should work on that language because
So do I.
what I understand is that just like staff does with us, staff drafts something that they think isn't fitting with our vision. In keeping with our vision, we provide feedback and then we adjust it based on our feedback. So review and input is maybe not clear enough to describe that this is an Open Space Commission recommendation.
Yeah, what I see there, sorry, I'm interrupting you. I'm gonna let you finish and then I'll add to it.
Just that, I mean, Open Space Commission is the policy body, right? Staff is the execution body. And so I think that could be more clear.
I think open space acts as an advisory board to us and we're the final decision makers, but I think that what comes to us should not be, I think that what is presented to us, because you go through all these steps and then you bring it to the BoCC, a recommendation. And if there's a point at which staff listens to the Open Space Commission and says, no, we don't think so, but thank you for your input, that's vetoing Open Space Commission effectively before it gets to us and where the division is. And I really, if there's a way, and this is something we spoke to this exact thing previously, I know I have, that if there's a way for parties to collaborate until they agree on something. And what I'm thinking of is when I asked Tom Hobie how they do it in Jeffco, he said, well, basically the county commissioners prefer that open space and that the commission staff, the board, they think it's a board down there, but that it comes to us once you agree on it. In other words, work it out. And if you absolutely can't agree to it, then make sure that we have both perspectives come to us. And I prefer something more along that line. But if we need to have something that's more structured and less wishy-washy than that admittedly sounds, then.
I mean, if we look at planning commission as a model, right? Staff brings information. Planning commission states their opinion, staff reports their opinion. If staff doesn't agree with planning commission on something, then that's also in the report.
Right, same thing.
Yeah. It's a model that
Similar to
works.
that.
So
That solves exactly what I'm talking
the
about.
responsibility for land management lies with staff, not the Open Space Commission. So
But not the decisions about what to do.
We're talking about. a plan.
responsibility for managing the land falls to staff. What we're managing, how we manage it, that's a decision reached based on the input of the Open Space Commission to this body. What we're suggesting right now is that starts with this document here, which ultimately informs this document here, which we're gonna write
Right.
with the input from the Open Space Commission, but we don't take direction from the Open Space Commission. So we're writing it with their input in mind. So we would then bring this document to you with a staff report on top of it. If there are disagreements with respect to how staff views this document and how that's where we would outline that in an agenda memo. So you're getting both the fact that the Open Space Commission believes this, we believe it not that way, we believe it this way. So you're gonna get both sides.
But the second document that's in your left hand right now will be written by staff.
Correct.
After having had input from open space, and it may even have
Correct.
something as detailed as how many trails and where trails go and how those trails are used. It could have that, right? And so you're telling us that staff will be deciding where those trails go in that document, and then in this staff report will document if open space disagrees with that, so that we won't even see a depiction of what open space thinks needs to be done, other than open space disagrees with staff's recommendation.
Well, actually,
Correct.
let's step back for a minute. There is an issue in terms of trails, because it's a hot spot. In the document that you have in front of you, it will not tell you where the trails are specifically, other than the generic kinds of types of trails. That, for example, if you look in there, it says that we don't want bikes except for the greenway on the creek side. And we're talking about allowing bikes and all sorts of uses on the other side. But the actual trail location kind of stuff gets done at that third tier,
Right.
which is the work plan, sites, but project specific site plan stuff. But in terms of general direction, this should give general direction as to types of trail, overview trails, I guess.
I feel like that's appropriate. The specific location of the trails feels to me like it falls into execution. The type of trail, the use type of the trail falls into the land management plan. And we can, when we're talking about the Alvarado Road, maybe that'll be informative, or the Alvarado Open Space Park. But I mean, Brian, it's not about open space it's not about staff taking direction from Open Space Commission and the creation of the plan. It's about staff facilitating the Open Space Commission recommendation to us.
Right.
So that we may direct you on the land management plan.
Okay.
I think it's played out in some other places besides open space land on some decisions about things before where we've spent a lot of money doing things that we didn't, designing things we didn't build because we didn't have strong understanding at all levels, all three levels, 2 or 3 levels, depending on how many are required on a given thing about what should be done. up front. And this is a good way for me to forestall those kinds of outcomes. And like I said, I'm trying to be even-handed about it. I also think that somewhere in here, we need, by the time there's a recommendation to us, that isn't just an executive session thing. There's been some cross-pollination of the economic versus the conservation values of the property, so we can make as informed a decision as possible.
Right, but we'll get to the plan that he had in his hand, that you've already bought the property.
Yeah.
And the question is, you have a parcel or parcels, and for example, the sheep keep, which was mostly former BLM land, but we have a few parcels we've bought in there. That's given its name, it's being managed for habitat protection with CPW, right? And so that's your predominant purpose in how you're going to manage it. And when you make decisions, it may be that we don't let people go, we don't put a trail through an area because it's a lambing area, right? That's going to drive that. Whereas when you have a different things like Alvarado Open Space Park, what kinds of uses you see for that? You will have given direction on that LUR that he was holding up the chart. After we buy it, you will have looked at the LUR and said, yes, those are the primary things. But even like at Alvarado, there's a tension there, just like we're talking about development versus protection or conservation on buying it. Preservation versus recreation may play into how you decide what to do where. You may avoid a wetland someplace and put a trail somewhere else because of those things. So you have things playing out as what are your primary uses. But so we're down to it's not the nuts and bolts on where the trail goes, but it's the vision of what kind of park is it? Is it, and we don't do this here, and it goes to the rec district, but example, we're not doing volleyball nets and lots of picnic tables. We're doing low impact. We're talking about trails and places for people to walk or whatever, or to bike.
I think I might be belaboring too much right now at this moment in time, considering we don't have Amy in the room and stuff like that. And considering another thing that's really important, which is it's my understanding that this plan right now has to the point that it's developed, and I think the comments we're making are good, has both the blessing and acceptance of the commission and staff. Is that right? Yeah. So I guess the point is there may be some ways we can think about this process and fix a couple of points in structure going forward. This is a work session. So thanks for listening to all that. And, but at this point in time, I'm looking at the clock too. I'm thinking that this plan is coming with strong acceptance from both the commission and staff. We might want to get to the bottom line on what we want to do today with that.
Yeah, that makes sense. I have one more comment on this process.
Okay.
Step 3. I see that OSC is advising on projects and management. I know that we're not trying to have them have an oversight role. They will be receiving information. And I think it might be smart to have a mechanism in here if the information they're receiving causes them to think that the project or site plan is not in keeping with the land management plan, to have the ability to say, we want to bring this to the Board of County Commissioners.
Yeah, because you're right. We don't want them going out and grabbing the crew in the field working on stuff, right, and having too many managers in the field at a given moment. But if they see something that they think is not in keeping, then it should be brought to John's attention, comes to us at some point, or have a mechanism for doing that.
Yeah, and my guess is that as this process matures, conversations like that will be resolved in an open space commission meeting without us needing to be involved.
Well, and hopefully,
but I think there's a mechanism. I think if there's a mechanism for them to be able to bring that evaluation to us if they make a finding, I think that makes sense. So that's my only other comment, is to write that into step 3.
But and you hopefully it's happening before you're actually out in the field, that it would be more at the point where we're flagging, we're thinking we're going to put the trail in this area and we're flagging the general approach or the general use. And then when they're out in the field doing it, you give them license to, you need to go around this. You're not going to be out there telling them which rock to go around. Right?
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Any process is going to rely on professionalism and good faith. Right? And so if open space commission members start to want to bring comments like that to the board, I would hope that this board, whoever's in this board, on this board at the time would say, hey, wait a second, get in your lane. Same thing if we see staff coming up with project or site plans that are not in keeping with the land management plan. This board would be the one to say, hey, but we should expect that that wouldn't happen, right? It's always nice to have stuff written in so that we know how to handle it when it does. But I think it's reasonable to expect that that wouldn't happen.
The other thing I think we should add is just a suggestion here is that we print a list of the people that can come to John and tell him what they think they need to do, including myself, of course. My suggestion is that we do it in a size 10 font duplexed in order to save paper.
I mean, I think that list is really, really clear, right? We got an org chart.
So it should only be one page in really large print.
Right.
It's just one box.
In the interest of time to answer, George had some questions on Alvarado, and then you can decide whether you want to revisit this at a different point or whatever. This goes back to the earlier discussion about development. The meadow, in terms of the east side, which got discussed earlier, when it was bought, as Randy said, there was actually a potential for it to be developed all sorts of different ways, including the folks at Bighorn Crossing who did the stuff at the lake actually had an idea of how to do stuff down there. And actually, Lisa then pulled out various things, and there were actually two different proposals to develop the meadow. And then actually, the guy who we bought it from in foreclosure actually had a proposal to do something. Those were all kind of tossed around, and this East Mill stuff that was done by the folks that did Bighorn Crossing got a lot of discussion by the BoCC at that point. And I'm not gonna remember exactly who was on the commission at that point. I think it was Tom Hayden and whoever was in that group. They finally concluded that they did not want to develop the meadow side, that they had actually had proposals and things. I'm just giving you the history. You can choose, you have a right to change the board's mind, but that was considered. There are proposals here that looked at different things, and including this one by Joe Cicel had all sorts of stuff, and might be worth your looking at some point. When the next question you had, George, was about the process, and I think we talked about that, and it really is outside of open space mostly to consider whether it's developable or not. We just had a discussion about trail design. The big picture, I think, is open space input with staff working together. The actual on the ground is the trails crew out there. And you asked about resilience, and John could answer this, but I'll answer it for him. How you do your slopes and your turns and how you harden the trail and where the water is going to flow all make a difference in whether you have a resilient trail, right?
There's less maintenance down the road.
Yeah, and you want to make sure it's like on the sluice, the downhill trail on Floyd Hill, where people are going around the outer curves. You guys are having to build the banks up sometimes because you're getting wear and tear, right?
Cumba does, yes.
Yeah, but I'm just.
At least on the sluice.
Speak.
Oh.
She was speaking to me, so.
Yeah. And then.
You're welcome to speak. We just want to get close to the mic. We need you on record, John.
Okay. Sorry.
Go ahead. So explain to him, he was asking about resilience, and it has to do with how you design it, right? And then you get wear and tear, and if you design a trail right, you minimize wear and tear. You don't.
Well, basically, yeah, you want to harden the surface and you want to minimize future maintenance on the trail, which means that the water flows off consistently and it doesn't wash the trail out. You also want to design it so that it fits in with the contours of the actual meadow so that it's not really visible for people from I-70 or from Alvarado. You want to provide a lot of line of sight if it's going to be a multi-use trail so that you can see 2 or 3 switchbacks ahead of you, so that nobody that's hiking is going to be surprised by a mountain biker. No mountain biker is going to be surprised by a hiker coming around a corner. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we're looking, that's how the trail was designed.
So, and then the other last question was, are we paying a charge for parking? And there's been some discussion of that potentially at Floyd Hill. We have not pursued that yet. What we do have is, and we can follow and learn from them, which we always do, is Jeffco is exploring, they're actually doing stuff where they're not charging, but they're doing, is it Lot Spot, I think it's called, that has cameras. And so you can look and see if you want to go to Mayhem Gulch, whether there's any parking there and what they tend to have as what are peak points and not. But it also tees you up to be able, and they're looking down the road and I think they're going to start in some places charging. Because you have to figure out what system you're going to use and how does it work. But we have not crossed that bridge. It requires a lot of money to actually set, even the lot spot thing, because you have to do the cameras and monitor it and stuff. But I think that down the road, and it's where Jeffco is that in order to manage usage, one of the things you're going to do is start charging for parking at your heavily used places.
Amy and I have discussed getting that into the Idaho Springs
Yeah.
system.
Okay, just was curious to hear thoughts on that. And if we did charge, I'd love to see us find a way to not charge people who are, volunteering in some capacity, but that's a bigger conversation than here. And then as I understand this process, and I'm reading the trail design piece, it says the opportunity to create a connection and possibly a trailhead for the Silver Creek trailhead system should be explored. When this gets approved, what that means is that staff is going to do that exploration, make a decision and execute it. Is that correct?
I think that with input from the Open Space Commission, I don't think there's any disagreement.
That's a pretty big piece. That's a large detail.
Yeah. I think there's the debate that's been going on between open space and trails and whatever has been where the trail goes up that meadow, how it goes up the meadow, and uses on that. And as you can imagine, that we have every stripe represented, and I think that there are ways to meet everybody's needs. It's just going to take some time to work it out.
A lot of times on places like North Floyd Hill open space, when it comes to something that's that big a piece and kind of problematic, because when I looked at what was just kind of like haphazardly sketched for a potential trail up to Silver Creek, I looked at the grades right along the line, calculated off the topo maps, the grades, and you were looking at some, 40% grades and stuff like that, which for a mountain biking trail is not realistic uphill access. And so it was clear that it hadn't been thought through yet. And a lot of times on slopes that get that technical, in terms of the difficulty of designing we've done an RFP and had a professional trail designer design those rather than, do it by debate between OSC and Trails crew. So they're acting in, so we're hiring somebody that's more like an engineering expert for that kind of trail to be able to do that. So we get the kind of quality we got at North Floyd Hill. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about. There are places that it's not, that we got a trail that's on flatter ground. It's pretty simple and you're going over here. And then there's other places that require a lot of technical expertise. And I would suggest that a connection to Silver Creek might be one of those.
And I know this has taken, I think I agree. I know this has taken a lot of time. Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, but I'll acknowledge that it's annoying.
We have an 11:30, that's a assessor one that I think we can't move, so we need to figure that out to that point.
And you probably got to see that online now, right now, waiting for us, so.
Yes.
My suggestion is going to be that maybe we don't approve this plan today.
It's a work session.
It's a work session.
Work session.
We have to approve anything, so we were going to bring back Alvarado at some point, but we can certainly bring it back in another work session if you want.
I don't know if we need another work session or not. When we do, I'm just going to state my last things that I'm thinking about. One is the community engagement. Would it make sense to have the community engagement prior to the formal approval of the plan? And second, I might want to know what the community thinks. And second, would it make sense for us to be able to review those development plans so that we can understand whether we want a trail or whether we want to try to think about development on that meadow?
It's a good question.
Well, the community engagement is also a very good question because what is your expectation of how the community has been engaged before this plan gets in front of you?
I don't know. I just read, we plan to seek feedback from our residents and local businesses to provide greater insights into the needs for this park. And my understanding is that once this plan is done, the policy work is done, and
Correct.
staff executes.
Right.
So.
Right, so you're
is-
pointing on a policy flaw or a process flaw here, I think, is that how do you want us, how do you want us to involve the community? On one hand, you're using your open space commission and they are the community. They're supposed to be representatives of the community. So we're already involving the community. Then the question becomes what kind of direction are you giving the staff to the open space commission with respect to any kind of more
Right.
engaged process, right?
And this plan calls for more community engagement.
Right.
Maybe we
Yeah.
don't need it.
Well, no, that was the where,
There's stakeholders like Comba and other groups that are trail runners, people who don't live in Clear Creek County who have a stake in the outcome.
and then where we got to, we had a special meeting on June 7th by Zoom in order to get the stuff ready for you guys. And one of the key outcomes of that discussion was that in terms of this trails and whatever, that we actually should have community input, because where we're having the disagreements, where the public is coming, what they want to see will affect kind of the general direction that gets given.
Correct. But I think what the commissioner's saying, and I would have to agree with him, is that should happen before this document.
I'm agreeing with you, yeah.
So I hate to be,
I think that's a good
be
point.
frustrating, but
No,
those are my points.
But I think we do need to call it now. This was a work session, and I don't mind if we have to have another work session, but I mean, personally, the plan itself, you're going to go back and tweak with this based on the inputs you heard today. Is that right?
Yeah.
That was the intent. Great. So I think we need to call this one if everybody else is okay with that.
Yeah, thanks for, we've been talking about getting this plan officially sent to us. I think it's been shared informally to various people, but now we have it and now we can comment on the Alvarado open space
Yeah.
plan.
Yeah, and if you have any other inputs when you look at it.
Sure.
On the Floyd Hill, should we just put it on the next session? Is that enough time to do the supplemental and such?
Well, I wasn't,
Oh. I was just concerned that you're running out of time.
We could move it to later in the day, or I could just take 2 seconds and say, I have no problem with that appropriation.
yeah.
That works too. I'm just was cognizant that it's.
Oh, you're talking about the other agenda item. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was talking about the other agenda item.
I think this can be done.
Well, it's a work session also.
It's a work session because it has to be a
Yes.
supplemental to get.
But in terms of general direction,
Right.
George has just stated he has no problem with that appropriation. Sean?
The recommendation for additional funding coming out of the open space fund to cover an overage.
Well, to cover, we ran into the issue that the county is, to meet all the county requirements, we need to pave the parking lot in order to do the drainage concerns and meet all those requirements. And previously, what we were basing our design on was previously at various places. We've gotten deviations.
But it's coming out of open space. It's
coming out of open space.
We're requiring.
Well,
Yes, exactly.
I mean, I don't want to make a decision right now because I think this is actually pretty important because I like open space parks and many people do too that aren't paved. And Jeffco basically, which is much more bureaucratic and larger than us, has found a way to do that if you go to many of their open space
So you'd
parks.
like us to reconsider?
I don't want to right now decide to pave it. I don't think that's the right.
Right, so.
Okay, I'm all right with that too. Good with that.
That
That's
answers.
a timing problem, I think.
That's a timing problem because my grant from GOCO is going to,
Correct.
part of why we are moving along paving is that the GOCO grant, and I need to go talk, and we may have problems meeting the deadline anyways, but it needs to be expended.
Timing problems mean it should have been brought up in this room before now.
No, we've been working with it and
That's why it's here today. That was why it was gonna be here today, was to let you know we are having an issue of timing and an addition of funding, right? So
Well,
to know
we had
that,
to go back and get it redesigned.
how recently did you learn that it needed to be paved?
myself in the last couple of weeks, which.
But, and no, and we learned,
the decision-
It's been mentioned in this room before.
the
But
paving.
actually, it's not true.
No,
It was
so you
mentioned in
heard
an
no
open
open
space
space.
commission that I was part of.
We found out the need back, trying to figure out where we are in months. It was sort of a February, March timeframe. We had the engineers meet with Stoy and we were like told that we needed to pave it. And so we looked at other options and tried to figure out how to get around it. And
So what sounds like Sean is suggesting is that we back up just far enough to think about relieving the project of that requirement through some kind of a variance or something.
It's our process,
it's a
exactly.
deviation.
Again, there's a timing issue here with being able to get the project done. So I think if we don't make the decision right now, it's gonna stop the project work. So I understand the policy implication that you're suggesting, Commissioner, and we can certainly bring that broader issue back. The first time hearing it's solely the pavement that's causing this overage, but again, I think not making a decision now stops this project.
Well, if it's a pavement project that shouldn't happen, I'm fine with that.
What's our, so we need time to discuss this. We have other things on the agenda. Do we want to try to take 10 minutes and start our 11:30 at 11:30? I notice we have someone here for the 1041 permit.
Yeah.
How do we want to proceed? Do we punt this to the end of the day? Mark, what's your schedule like?
It is, I have to pick a dog up at the vet in Wheat Ridge, but I don't know what time. So you just let me know. I can work around it.
How quickly can we get through the 1041 stuff? Cindy and Brian.
It's a CDAP presentation.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
never
see,
mind. They're online waiting
They're
for
online
us.
and waiting for us.
For 20 minutes already.
Not this work session.
Great.
Let's table the Floyd Hill item and
We'll just proceed with where we're going and we can always,
let's table that item for now and
Table the
let me
payment.
have some conversation with staff and schedule a special meeting, we'll schedule a special meeting.
Yeah, my specific concerns are we making a decision because it's easy, not the right one, i.e. if
Right.
we can just comply with this, somebody else is gonna pay a bunch of money, we're gonna end up with something that's a little bit of an oddball when I look at all the neighboring, I mean, it's not too true, I mean, Mayhem Gulch is paved, right, so it's not like none of them are paved. But like the one Stagecoach parking lot in Elk Meadow, that is not paved. That's right near my house. So anyway, I would like to know, how does Jeffco get around it? And can we basically just follow their lead and create an exception process that we could also use in the future when it makes sense?
It's nothing about getting around, it's just what you require in terms of your code, right? Do we require those lots paved or not? And that's in the end, a policy decision.
If we need.
he's talking about giving a deviation, which is what we've done in the past.
Understood.
And then,
But
Yeah.
if we're gonna continue to give deviations, then we shouldn't have the code requirement to begin with, right? That's the policy discussion.
Look,
That's a fair.
I don't think anybody needs to blame anybody right now. Sean brought up an important point. It wasn't something that popped on our plate. I don't think I'm not upset that we're just finding out. And hopefully you won't be upset that Sean brought this up because we hadn't had the discussion. So let's just figure it out. And as far as it goes for me, next Monday and Tuesday are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are actually fairly wide open. I got a couple meetings, but there's nothing there that I wouldn't skip to get this, wouldn't skip to get this covered if we need to do it in a timely fashion. So,
Pretty good for me too.
so maybe it means getting back together with Stoy and talking about stuff a little bit and seeing what the process is. If we need to, what would it take for us to not pave it? And I'd also like to hear not only that, but what staff's true recommendation is about the need for paving in light of what Sean just said. So we're fully informed, can make a good decision for you.
Okay, so we're talking about a meeting on Monday morning.
On Monday or Tuesday, whatever works for some people.
Tuesday's my preference.
Okay.
I'm wide open.
If we need it, we'll figure it, I'll have to have a conversation with Martha, we'll figure it out.
Monday I'm open too.
What about Tuesday? Brian said he prefers Tuesday.
Monday afternoon would be better than Monday morning.
Tuesday morning is wide open for me too.
Okay, let's just do
Up until
8:30
11.
Tuesday morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
thank you.
And we've got a value adjustment in 5 minutes.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks. We've had CDOT sitting cooling their heels for half an hour, 25 minutes.
Do we know the names of the people for CDOT that we're looking for?
Is Benjamin Davis on there?
No.
Or Kurt Kianka?
You're 11.
Not seeing-
Not a hard start.
They might have given up.
Are those,
Noticed at 11:30, but it can be taken any
Oh.
time after.
So we,
yeah, so you guys are actually fine.
work late. And
I have no idea who that is. Usually,
We might check with Karen.
It's not a hard start, so.
I mean, I don't know.
if you're
Somebody's
on the
waiting.
line for CDOT, can you raise your hand?
Let Donna know we're gonna be late for Friday.
It needs some
Thank you.
explanation.
We'll let her know we'll be late.
I imagine her presentation will be very quick.
There's currently nobody for CDOT.
What?
There's nobody from CNO online.
Well, they might have hung around for 10 minutes and
That's true.
given up.
Were they ever there, you think?
It's mainly just been the people that have been on. I mean, some people have signed off, but yeah.
So somebody from CDOT may have been on and left, but we don't know that.
They said 11:30, so.
Oh, so maybe we can wait until 11.
Well, then let's just
The
jump
agenda
into
says
Donna G
11
if
now.
she's available.
No, it's 11 o'clock.
Is it 11 o'clock?
It's 11 on our agenda, but
Okay.
who knows what they thought.
But you thought it was at 11:30?
That's why I arrived when I did.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, well, can we get John in here and hit this other thing and knock it out?
Donna? Sure.
Yeah, it's 11:30, it's 11:25.
And maybe we can contact whoever was the presenter with CDOT.
I have no clue.
Do you want me to call Kurt?
Who do you think was coming from CDOT?
Well, when I left the meeting when I left the CDOT meeting on Friday morning, Kurt Kianka, who is head of projects,
Yeah.
was saying, I will see you on Tuesday.
Okay, so he may be coming in at 11:30, so let's roll
The
on this.
last agenda I saw had 11:30 on it. Now, it
Okay.
may have moved up to 11, but he
Okay.
didn't talk about time. He just said, see you on
Well,
Tuesday.
if we
Okay.
roll through Donna's stuff pretty quickly, we'll be right on time for almost everything. So our next item is a consideration of approval of value adjustment for the Bighorn Townhomes.
Correct.
And Donna G, our assessor, is here to help us out with that.
Okay. So we did our notice evaluations after we did our reassessment. We do the reassessment every 2 years. And when we got a protest in for the Bighorn apartment, it looked like the value was down quite a bit. It went from, I don't have the breakdown, but how it went down, but it was down 106,890. And that was down from, the sale was 1206. About from 250,000. So I did an analysis and looked back at all the sales and they all went down inappropriately. They should have remained the same or gone up. The state did analysis for me based on time trending, which we do not use in Clear Creek County. And he was showing that they were increasing by 1.90% per month.
Per month?
Or per month, but we don't use time analysis, yeah. So the only way I could fix it was to go back to their previous values, which we do with homes when we don't have enough sales to support what's going on with that. And we did only have the 4 sales in the Bighorn IS. And by bringing their values back to where they were, they are in line with the sales. And that was a big difference. The previous value was 16,768,000. With the decrease, it was 9,866,000, which was a decrease of 6,902,000 in actual value.
That was an error on the state's part?
No, that was error with the analysis because we have 331 condos, townhomes in Clear Creek County. None of them were impacted except for the Bighorn IS. They were the only ones impacted.
Impacted from what?
Impacted with the decrease in values. Everybody else went up where they
Okay.
should have been.
Why did theirs go down? If that's what I'm not
It
understanding.
had something to do with the analysis, the regression analysis. What we do is we take all the sales, put them into a regression analysis, and it gives us values based on bed, bath, square footage, garage, and so forth. Everything else came in line except for the Bighorn IS.
Why?
The system, maybe lack of knowledge on my part. It was the first thing I did after Diane left.
And we're correcting that mistake. Is
We are
that
correcting that mistake by asking if I could bring the values back to the previous 2 years' values.
Do we think, I mean, is it possible to reassess them? And if we did, do you think that the values would be higher or lower than they were in 2022?
You need at least 30 sales to do a reassessment, and there's only 4 in that area. I mean, you can go back and look at all the condominiums if you want to. It's a lot of work. And then you have to resend out, we'd have to go back through, and Peter, you can correct me, because it's your decision at this point on what we want to do with those values. But they look in line, if you look at the sales that I have outlined in yellow on my request, by bringing those values, they bringing it back in line where they should be with the sales that occurred in the Bighorn IS area. I can't do an analysis on it, there's not enough, but it is bringing it back in line.
So what, I see those 4 lines. What were the sales?
The 4 yellow ones are your sales. And they all increased by $50,000. So you can, go ahead.
They all increased by $50,000 and they've got another few dozen properties here that possibly could have gone up by $50,000 between now and 2022 as well, right? So
They could.
that's like how much assessed value
What's
are
the
we leaving on the table?
Yeah, how
by
much total,
not
how many
reassessing?
total units are there?
There is 64, 60 were impacted.
Maybe another way to ask the question is, was 16 million before, what were kind of the collective remaining pool of condos in the county? Like, what did they go up? Because I mean, mine went up by 40-something% this last go around. My house did.
Your house?
Yeah. What did the condos go up by? The other condos? I think what George is talking about is we're essentially undercharging people potentially compared to what should have happened if the numbers had been done correctly.
We have 4 properties whose value increased just based on sales during the assessment period by $50,000, almost uniformly. We have 60 other properties that we can assume their value will go up by a similar amount. If they all go up by $50,000,
3.2
it's $3 million
Right.
3.2, yeah, total.
in assessed value that we're leaving on the table.
That's like 10 grand.
I mean, I don't know what that is in terms of, what's the
Maybe
assessment?
more than that. Yeah.
Let me go into Silver Queen apartment.
7.5, 6.7.
Yeah, 3.2 million.
The assessment rate is 6.7. That's $200,000 in revenue. Am I doing that wrong?
No. What was the number of millions?
3 million?
3.2.
3.2 million?
Back when my house was worth 700,000, I think I paid like 3,000 in taxes total. So but that's a school district and everything else too, so it will be lower.
You would do 3.2 million times the assessment rate, right? Which is 0.067.
There's something else going on there that we're missing related to the.
Condos didn't increase as much as residential. I don't know the exact number. I didn't run an analysis, and I can surely do an analysis on how much condos increase versus residential.
Yeah, I would think we'd be in the tens of thousands of taxes, but still, that's not right.
Could you share with the board how you discovered this?
When we were going through protests, so we had already sent out the notice of evaluations. We had a protest that came through. The value of the property was valued at,
Oh, you're right, because it's times the assessment rate times the mill rate.
it was valued at, sorry. I never know what questions are going to get asked. So current value is 106,890, and the previous value was $226,050.
It's hundreds of thousands left on the table.
I don't know. I mean, I'm missing how you put the mill rate into that calculation off the top of my head. Sean's right. It's less than $200,000. Fraction of that. I think you're probably closer to.
Again, if my house was 700 and we're talking about 7 million, why would I pay the 3,000 by 10, 30,000? That's roughly what the total tax.
30,000 left on the table.
Yeah, right.
And only part of that's us, some of it's fire
So
district, some of it's
$200,000
other stuff.
maybe.
So to go.
Hey, Donna,
Or
is that
52,000.
regression analysis a software model that you use?
Yeah, SPSS.
Where do we get it from? Do we get it from Tyler or?
No, it's a separate,
Does it come
just
from
like kind of Word is, that kind of a thing.
Do you know how old the software is?
Probably pretty old. Diane's been using it for years and years. And once we get through these notice evaluations and the Board of Equalization meetings, I tend to go and visit other assessors, find out what they're using.
Yeah.
Because I did have lack of experience. I had very minimal training during
Yeah,
a reassessment year, which has increased in volume.
Yeah.
Double from the previous assessment period. And I'm sure it was due to lack of experience on doing the regression analysis. Like I said, the condos was my first area
Yeah.
to work on my own. But the difference in taxes, if you increase it from its current value to the previous value, it's a difference of $35,051 as is right now. That's using the calculation of the assessment rate times the mill levy.
And I think we should do that at an absolute minimum. And I feel like if it's a reasonable effort, we should actually change it to what it should have been if there was no error made in the first place.
Yeah.
I think that's
So
kind of
we
fair to
should
all the
do-
taxpayers and including those who would otherwise be getting a discount
that's the
that
way
really
that's the way-
resulted from our error.
That's the way we would treat everyone who came in here, if
Yeah.
they came in with a variance request.
I don't know how, like, I think you're right. In a vacuum, that's the right approach. And the question I have is I think to you, Sean, you said if it's not a big deal, I'm curious what it would take to reassess all these properties, because I would be open to an argument that the time is better spent making sure this doesn't happen again.
And I feel confident that our other condos are valued where they should be based on the sales. It's just the Bighorn, Idaho Springs is not. And I can try to reach out to other assessors to see what they would recommend or how to handle it. I did reach out to Eagle Assessor, how I got the ball rolling on this. And all he could tell me is they're undervalued. And that's when I went to the state. But it won't happen then until after we get through the BOE meetings, because everybody is slammed. They're denying protests right now in other counties. So they go to the BOE because they don't have time to work them and run comparables.
And like a little more context, I saw you in the hallway the other day and you told me that you have 600 protests.
We have 630-ish, yes.
And the last cycle was a record cycle and you had 350 or something?
Yes.
And so I recognize that your office is pretty busy. I agree with the
Yeah.
principle, but I might be willing to.
So we're looking at
assist.
maybe 150,000 plus or minus in cash to the county,
I think it's 14.
14,000?
Yeah, you do the mill rate, you do the assessment rate times the mill rate divided by 1,000. Mill rate is 73.
Yeah, but we're also leaving money on the table for the school district and other districts as well.
That includes every district.
Is it Idaho Springs?
Yeah. That 73 includes the 26 for the school district, et cetera. 2022 mills.
You're saying you think it's 12 or 14,000 total
Yeah,
for all the districts?
yeah. Quick Creek Library District,
If
emergency.
that's the case, I agree. It's,
No, that's not the right, that's not the right tax area because they don't pay into the emergency service district. So it would be lower than that. It's less than that.
I don't know, part of me thinks we need to at least know how to fix this in case it happens again, rather than this feels very unsettling to me that we've kind of gotten ourselves in a situation that we don't know how to navigate out of.
I think that's what George is suggesting, is rather than go back and just readjust and seek more money from these folks that think they paid their taxes, that.
This is for future.
What's that?
It's for the future, isn't it?
Yeah, it's for 23 due in 24, 24 due in 25.
So what you're suggesting is if we go ahead and ask for a reassessment of these condos, we might also learn what went wrong so it doesn't happen again.
Or the other way, which is figure out what went wrong. And once you figure out that, you'll understand what the remedy is. And if the remedy takes 4 hours of someone's time, then we should do it.
How does that affect your timeline? 'Cause
It probably would be over a month out before we can look at that.
And then these folks need to get, the other consideration is just getting we're talking about 60 taxpayers that are going to receive no, not just one taxpayer, right?
No, it's 60 accounts impacted.
60 accounts, 60 different taxpayers. We're going to receive a notice that their valuation went up. Do we want that to happen now or in a month?
It doesn't matter. My understanding is they'll sit at the BOE to make this decision.
So the window to challenge your assessment has already closed, right?
Correct. This is a separate thing.
Well, I understand that, but what I'm wondering is if we make some retroactive change to them and now they have no reason or no ability to
recourse.
challenge it, right?
They can go to the state.
Okay.
For how much money we want to create all that? I'm thinking about the value of their time.
Why don't we just figure out what
State's
happened and how to
time and
fix it, and then we
people's
can
time.
figure out what to do next. I don't know that we have, I don't really feel comfortable doing something right this second.
If we're really talking $12,000 total and we're thinking about everybody else's potential need to either challenge or not, and the BOE having to take care of it and all the time in, I'm not suggesting that we don't do exactly what you're doing, Sean, in terms of finding out what went wrong so we can never do it wrong again. I just don't know if it's worth, with the deadline having passed, be able to challenge. I don't know that for that amount of money, it's worth everyone's time to make it a legal affair and start and try to collect that additional fund.
So what you're suggesting is we don't make any adjustment.
I thought we'd already decided we're at least gonna make it back to what it used to be, which would be an increase.
Right.
Yeah, that's a different than $35,051.
And in that case, they're already past the deadline. They're still going to have to go to the BOE, the state BOE to protest.
Kind of be barking up the wrong tree because unlike all their neighbors, they got no increase and now they're gonna complain about that. I don't think it really has much merit.
I don't know. So what are you guys thinking? I mean, I could be convinced that we go with the assessor's recommendation. I could be convinced that we ask for a reassessment.
And it'll be,
Another month out. I'm leaning towards just going with the assessor's recommendation.
I think so. But I'd also like to at the same time, make sure that we have dissected this thing every direction it can be and not make it a binding dissection, but just study how we got it wrong so we don't get it wrong again and make sure of that.
Yeah.
And that's my plan, is to go to other assessors' offices and then take some additional classes with the state level as well. They have a regression analysis class I can take.
And as long as we're not acting on what we learned, then there's not a deadline for getting it done because we're holding up the whole show. We're just trying to learn it so we don't make that mistake again. And in the meantime, accept the assessor's recommendation for that adjustment and send it out and let it be.
let me ask a question. I think it's for Peter. If we decide today to, as a first step, move it back to what it used to be, which we know is wrong, does that preclude us from next month asking for it to be reassessed based on what it should have been if there was no error made in the first place?
So we can always continue to move forward and do a correction if need be, but it's the extra work that we'd be essentially.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I'm a little bit disappointed that we don't have these answers right now, right? I mean, there was a mistake made, which is, we're all humans, that happens, but bringing this to the Board of County Commissioners with no explanation about what happened and how it can be corrected, I hope never happens again.
True, and I did not have the support. I reached out to 5 different counties as well as the state.
That's fine, we just don't have the answer.
We do not.
Yeah.
Well, the state did give guidance as to the procedure as to what,
And the state is recommending this.
yes.
I mean, this seems to be the best way to thread the needle between inconveniencing and shocking taxpayers and.
The state's recommending that.
Yeah, so Donna reached out not only to the assessor in Eagle County, but then was directed to the state. She communicated with the state and they advised her on the procedure. I'm not sure what happened after that.
They advised me of the procedures for the next step. I don't have enough education yet, being only 5 months into my career without being shown everything that I need to learn during the busiest time in probably decades. Without support, reaching out to Gilpin County, I reached out to 5 different counties for help, and them being through their busiest times as well was unwilling to help me. But I'm willing to go forward and understand the process better.
Yeah, I mean, and we're in the same situation that you are, right? We're electeds and sometimes we have information that we don't have and we have to figure it out. And sometimes people don't return our phone calls too. So at the end of the day, it's our responsibility and it's your responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm fine. If the state recommendation element of that, I think I didn't really appreciate, and that I'm fine with going with that. But yeah, I got to admit, I'm a little concerned about the state of our capacity with this giant amount of work to be processed.
So let's, my suggestion is that we go with the state recommendation. And then we follow up with a work session within the month and learn what we can back from Donna about what she's learning and what your progress is in rectifying this situation. If we have to have a couple of those over a period of a couple of months, that would, but we recognize that that's not a command. You're a fellow elected official also. So it's a request that we could do that and keep our eyes on it because it affects all the funds that we use to turn around and give back to you and fund your department.
And I would
everything
appreciate,
else, so.
I would really appreciate that.
Okay.
I was thrown to the wolves, for lack of a better term.
Peter?
Is there a benefit to delaying the board decision today?
I only see downside. I mean, the benefit is we reassess and maybe capture, a larger increase in assessed value. But
Is that we're wrong about how much we leave it on the table. Because we're flying by the seat of our pants, trying to remember what we paid on our house last year and applying that kind of stuff and,
I can run comparables on each one of those properties based on the 4 sales. And see what number I come up with.
I think it's a $3.2
you
million
want to get a
increase.
special meeting on Tuesday?
We're already having.
We're already here.
Maybe. We don't know we're having that yet.
8:30. Oh, yeah, maybe.
How long does it take you to run that?
About an hour for each one,
So we could.
about 60
put it on
hours.
the agenda for Tuesday morning.
Well,
You could do a sampling of them. You don't have to do everything.
Continue this public hearing to that time.
You said it would take 60 hours.
Well, I'm assuming about an hour per comparable.
Oh, 60 hours?
Yes. But I think as long as we make it, well, you guys make a decision before the tax notices go out. Because the impact's going to be the same to the people.
I see.
Except for them not knowing what's coming.
You meant an hour per unit.
Correct.
But I would suggest, if it's like anything else, if you sample 10% of it, you're probably going to understand what the numbers are going to look like. So I don't think you have to do every single one.
Yeah, maybe could you run comps on 10% of them? Sean's right. And then we meet next Tuesday.
Yeah, random.
Yeah.
Random 10%, that'll give us-
What's happening irrespective of the other item then?
Yeah.
I think so.
And you can see here, a lot of these properties,
Every Tuesday.
they're same values. So I can run a comparable on each different price value.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That's smart.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
We just need a motion to continue this hearing
To date certain, 8:30.
So moved.
on June 27th, 8:30 meeting to continue this hearing.
Okay, I second that motion.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, June 27th at 8:30? Thank you very much.
I think you're deserving of an acknowledgement that you are very open about
Yeah,
your
thank you for
struggles
being
and
honest
your
about it.
efforts. And I know your effort is there and I appreciate it.
Yep. Thanks for being so straight up. Okay, what the heck's our next item?
CDOT?
Yeah, do we have
So-
CDOT?
I'm currently speaking with Presley, who is one of the PIOs at CDOT, and there was a confusion on times, and they were under the impression that it was at 1:30 PM. She's currently driving from Golden, and she was one of the presenters, so right now she's checking with Kurt and the other guy if they can hop on soon, but she asked me to call her, so if we,
I don't know how that happened. At no point did our agenda even,
I'm wondering if there was a typo or they read it wrong, you know what I mean? That I feel like, but I am happy to go call her and see, because she just asked me to.
I can see how 11:30 could be confused as 1:30 if somebody didn't look close, but.
Right.
I don't really, but they weren't, they were 11 o'clock. Unless that changed in one of the,
yeah, but our agenda was never that lengthy.
well, I'm just wondering, were they ever at 11:30 or a previous version of the agenda? It doesn't matter.
She
The
said
point
she's
is
on
they're
the
not
way.
here.
If she's on the way from Golden, she's 20 minutes away.
So she said she would be at least an hour out, but she's seeing if they are able to hop on earlier. I don't know how long the other executive sessions could take. Is that something that maybe you guys could
Yeah,
do
we
and then
can
do
have-
CDOT after?
Why don't we see what we get through? Right now, we're looking at 11:50. She's talking about 1 o'clock roughly.
Yeah.
To the exec also.
I have a quick thing,
Yeah,
quick
that's right.
revisitation of the session that just ended. Is there a path for us to budget some time for the previous assessor to help us navigate through this difficult period?
I don't think she's willing.
She is not willing. But
Is there a
think
different
we
rate
can
that we
talk
could
offline
discuss
about
with
it.
her that would make her more?
let's talk
Yeah.
offline and I can discuss with you
Yeah,
efforts are.
let's talk about it later.
Okay, because I mean, I very much appreciate the fact that she doesn't have the resources she needs, and if there's a way that we can help her, we need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. It sounds like that one option is something better discussed offline. So,
We could do my 5-minute item,
Yeah, we could do your item and then.
jump into
Go to
executive
exec.
session or.
yeah, let's do that. And
Kurt didn't even have a time on the time for the meeting.
let's do your item right now. And then because it's kind of 11:45-ish. And that's about right timing. And then let's hold an executive session and then come back for roughly 1 o'clock with CDOT. Just recognize we got to be out of there a little before 1.
Okay, so I think this will be quick. Let's see here. Jefferson County Public Health is trying to coordinate an event for International Overdose Awareness Day on August 31st. Part of that is they would love to see all 3 counties pass the same proclamation. And I thought that it would be good to get a draft in front of you all, hear whether you're interested in passing said proclamation and whether you have any comments on the draft, so that we can get them incorporated into the process and then all pass the same proclamation. The thing that I would note to you is that it uses a stat of the number of overdose deaths in the region. This is a continuing problem where the data sources that report overdose deaths at the state level don't report individual deaths in Clear Creek and Gilpin. They report us as part of a region that includes Park County and maybe others. So we could try to fill that in with our own data, perhaps from the coroner, or just let the number sit at 162.
I'd be happy with the inclusion of the word which claimed the lives of more than is already general.
Yeah.
Do we think that it's likely that we have been overassessed or underassessed?
Given that the number is currently 0, I think it's likely to be underassessed.
Then I think more than is fine.
Okay.
I'm fine with the wording, with more than 162, if they're happy with it. And then that whole bottom part drops off. That's just a tag to catch our attention. Correct? So everything in yellow disappears, except for the 162.
Yeah. Okay. No other comments on the language?
No.
That information is in the coroner's annual report on his website. If you wanted to look it up. If that helps you. It's got, I downloaded 2022, it's got suicides and it lists them by drug toxicity, and then it has accidental deaths and it shows which ones were overdose.
How many?
Do you have a count from that?
Oh, is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7?
Adam overdose?
I'm estimating, like, when I read toxic effects of methamphetamines, there's 2 of them. I'm assuming, yes, that was a drug overdose.
So most likely.
Or,
So what is reflected in 62? Is that only Jeff Koch's report is 0 and Gilpin's report is 0
Yeah.
also?
Yeah.
So
So we could increase the number by, I read 6, 3 multiple drug toxicity, 1 kratom overdose, and 2 methamphetamine. That's 6.
and then that, see the bottom, multiple drug toxicity, there's 3 there. And then I saw toxic effects of methamphetamines.
2.
what about drug overdoses
5,
from
6,
prescription
7,
drugs?
8. I think it just says multiple drug toxicity. Doesn't really say if it was like Percocet or something.
Well, anything, if it says if it's a drug overdose, it's a drug overdose.
That's
And
right.
it doesn't matter if it's multiple, if it's,
It doesn't call it out what kind, I guess, except for the meth and the,
how many multiples?
is there 3?
2, I mean, I wouldn't count stuff that's listed as accidental. I would look at, I wouldn't count stuff that's listed as, let's see here.
Are accidental drug overdoses okay?
Yeah, never mind. It's suicide. That's what I meant to say. There's one multiple drug toxicity is listed as a suicide.
What are we not counting? Are we not counting accidental or are we not counting suicide or?
Not counting suicide? Or do you want to count suicide?
I
guess
would.
It's an overdose.
Drug overdoses, yeah.
So that would be 1, that would be 7.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to tell him to increase that number by 7?
Yeah, easily.
Okay.
We could look at, how many years did they go back for Jeff?
I don't think we
They said just last year.
caught them
okay.
all either.
Chris has got it out there for like the last 5 years. If you want.
So. Okay, I'll take that feedback back. Increase the number by 7.
Yeah, that's at 169 and you might want to take a glance at Gilpin and see if you find something easy there. And my guess is that if we have, if anything, since we've currently reported 0, I don't know, if that 7's everybody either. So I think we're pretty safe if we take the numbers we are reporting. If it's a drug overdose for any reason, accidental, suicide, legal, illegal drugs, it's irrelevant. They're all the same thing. And so if there's something, I mean, my recommendation is also that among the stakeholders, if there's a way somebody can look into Gilpin real quick like that as well and throw a number out. We could add it by a few more, you might end up at 175 or something, who knows? But just do that, find the right number, and I'm good with the rest of the wording.
Sounds good.
Okay, so, so it looks like we have concluded everything except the 1041, which we're thinking is happening in about 1 hour at 1 o'clock when CDOT presenters are available, because they've had a miscommunication or misunderstanding of the time they were supposed to be here today. So this gives us an opportunity for the next hour for an executive session, and possibly even a short break. So I move that we go into executive session for the following purposes.
Was looking at you.
Looking at different email. Pursuant to CRS 24-6402B and E, for the county attorney to meet with the county commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to financing and funding mechanisms for purchase of 4 mobile home parks in Clear Creek County, and 2, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation or determining negotiating strategies or instructing negotiators with regard to those transactions.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We'll be returning from that executive session, completed or otherwise, by 1 o'clock for our 1041 hearing. We have returned from our executive session. No decisions were made, no written minutes were kept, and we're now back in a regular session for our last item of the day, which is consideration of approval of, this is an action session, consideration of approval of CDOT 1041 permit follow-up. And I'm going to let Brian start things here really quick, but then we have some CDOT folks in the house to make a presentation for us, so.
Yeah, just as a reminder, you conditionally approved the 1041 permit for the Boyd Hill I-70 East section at your April 4th meeting. They needed to come back and submit to us a traffic management plan, an incident management plan, et cetera. That's what they've done. This is your opportunity to provide input into that plan. I don't actually believe this is an action item. I don't think it takes an actual, there's no action associated with this. It's just an opportunity for us to provide some input into these two documents here.
Okay, and is that your understanding as well today, that we're providing input into a document that is at this point still a living document, I guess, for a little while longer? Is that correct?
It'll be a living document for the next 5 years, right?
Okay.
You take input and live it for the next 5 years, we hope.
So we're welcome to continue to find its faults for return.
We're always
hearing.
constructive.
Okay, and offer comment there too. So we've also got Cindy Neely in, who's one of our consultants for the county, and I know she and Brian have been talking, and they'll provide. So I'm sure that at some point, I think Brian's going to mention some things, and then Cindy will probably offer some backup. So I think we'll start with, why don't we have the four of you introduce yourselves? So.
Okay, I'm Jeff Hampton with CDOT. I am the construction project manager. I've been in this room a couple of times for previous projects, so familiar with the process, and just echoing what Matt said, you know, this, obviously we go through an approval process, but each package, they're going to submit another PI plan.
Yeah.
And then obviously ongoing, if we have issues, we're going to fix them. So, you know, whatever you guys have seen, I think we sent over about 200 pages worth of that plan last week. I'm hoping you had something better to do with your weekends, but we'll touch on the high points here and kind of give you an idea of what all we're doing behind the scenes, and then obviously open it up to everybody for questions, comments. And we haven't accepted this plan yet, so I haven't read through the whole thing to say, yes, this meets our spec, or no, it doesn't. So we're going to be constantly working on it here soon.
Okay.
Very good. And as mentioned, my name is Matt Hogan. I am the project manager for Creamer North America. We'll be providing the oversight of the construction for the contractor on the project.
Okay, my name's Presley Fowler. I also work at CDOT in the communications office for Region 1, so the Denver metro region and 8 counties. I'll be more on the day-to-day communications when project is in construction, but I've been involved throughout in the early projects as well.
I'm Stacia Sellers. I'm with CDOT. I'm the major project strategic communications lead. So I'm going to be helping this project with overall strategic communications and how we're explaining the benefits of the project and making sure everybody understands the type of impacts they can expect.
Okay. And I believe you have a presentation. Is that correct?
We
do.
Hey, it's showtime.
All right, so we got our kickoff slide there up on the top. And one thing I want to tell you guys before I dive into the slideshow here, just to give you an idea of how we've built this and what we're doing behind the scenes. You know, Presley's Region 1. You guys have probably dealt with her quite a few times on different projects in the corridor. So something this size, something this complex, it's not just Presley. We've got major projects in Stacia, who you've spent 4 or 5 years now down on Central 70. Yeah. Okay, so clearly, you know, another big project, very sensitive topics all the way around. So bringing that experience up the hill to help us out. Plus, Matt has CIG as his PI folks. And then we also have Emily Wilfong on with our CM team. So we have 4 different PI professionals that on their own typically handle projects like this that are all now working together with us along with their staffs. Okay. So, you know, we learned our lessons on PPSL, going through westbound and kind of how much more we can do to get messaging out and be better, you know, make sure that there are no surprises. So that's why these folks are here, because clearly Matt and I aren't good enough at that. We definitely need the help. So walking into the presentation, just a quick update on where things are at so you guys can see on the screens. The east section, we got NTP today. So we're super excited about that. We'll probably be out there looking like in the next couple weeks. We've got some paperwork to still do, like this PI plan, but a lot of contracting and stuff that has to happen behind the scenes before we can officially break ground out there. But looking forward to get that construction started. The central section, which is the big section in the middle with all the bridges, is going to be later next year. And then the west section is the one that we're looking at later this year to get into. So again, east section starting here soon. That's the part on the side of the hill. We're going to have rock blasting and stuff pretty much right away. Getting those eastbound lanes built and then phasing our traffic across. West section will come next, and then central will be the one that we stay the busiest in for several years. And looking to wrap all of this up by the end of 2028. So for the next 5 years, we're it. Get used to us. So diving in here, Presley's going to take over and kind of talk about just the strategic communications plan and where we're at and where we're headed.
Yeah. So I'll take this slide as it relates to strategic communications. So like I said, we want to communicate the overall benefits of the project. We also really want to humanize the project. So we'll be here over the next 5 years, and we're going to have hundreds of crew members working on this project. So we just want to raise an awareness about every aspect of construction and why this project's important, and also why it's important to drive safely through the corridor. So we are going to also work to broaden and strengthen the overall support for the project. I'm sure as time goes on, folks will start to get more frustrated with the fact that the construction is still going. No, most people really want to see construction happen in a month. So we want to make sure we're keeping constant communication for the next 5 years and not lose momentum. Just again, so people have a good understanding of the project and keep the sight on the finish line of the type of improvements this project will bring. So some of our strategies, so we're going to be communicating across multiple channels. So CDOT has several social media pages, but we have really great partners with other PIOs along the corridor that we're hoping to tap into to continue to share our messaging and make sure everybody understands, again, the construction impacts that are coming up. We want as many people as possible to know what's happening so they can be as prepared as possible. We're also going to be encouraging the use of transit through construction. So really pushing that transportation demand management commitment. So advertising for Pegasus, bus staying, snow staying to get more vehicles off the roadway. As that not only helps with construction and congestion, but also helps to eliminate emissions. And our goal is to really create a habit for these folks so that they can continue it on even after construction is complete. We also are going to be doing a road show. So Kurt and I and Jeff and Matt will be meeting with elected officials throughout construction just to keep everybody updated so they know what's happening. And then also if they have constituents who write in, they're more informed and are able to answer their constituents confidently. We're also meeting with various community groups. So we've already reached out to several Kiwanis, Lions, Rotary clubs, also some HOAs to talk with those groups, again, to communicate the overall project. And then we're hoping that the word spreads. And so we're touching more individuals throughout the Denver metro area and hopefully across the state as well. Just again, to get everybody up to date on what's happening and then also communicating how to contact the project. We really want people to email or call us if they have any questions. And then we also have a great text alert system that we want people to sign up for so they can be alerted when we're doing rock blasting or lane closures or if there's a major incident on the highway. Next slide. Thank you. So our target audience is definitely going to be internal project team. So everybody on our team is well informed of construction and also the schedule. So as they're going out into the community, we want to make sure they're informed as possible so that they can continue to just communicate overall impacts of the project. We'll be talking with media periodically. We'll be doing a year in review press release at the end of each year just to talk about the progress of the project. Again, really wanting to make sure everybody knows how much work is going into the Floyd Hill project, as some people can lose sight if they're not seeing so many changes as fast as they thought. Of course, we're always going to focus on motorists and the general public. So that's part of my role, is making sure we cast a broad net to keep everybody informed. Local residents will be one of our top priorities. So we'll be actually going out to the local libraries and other community organizations or community buildings to set up a table and talk through the project a bit more. So we are meeting people where they are rather than having everybody constantly come to us. And then we'll be meeting with key influencers along the project corridor. So that'll be various PIOs. We'll be meeting with CMCA, different recreation groups. We'll be talking with business leaders, and we'll have constant meetings with our emergency first responders. And we'll make sure that we're sending out an email about any impacts that are coming up so they can make sure they're planning their emergency routes ahead of time. And then we also have our public information leadership team, so our PILT. That's, again, just a way to keep some of our community leaders in the know of what's happening.
Next. All right, so just looking at some of the communications tactics that we'll be taking, got it broken down from weekly all the way to annually, yearly. So I'll go through this fairly quick, and if there are specific questions, let me know. But weekly, we'll have a meeting where we can get all the information that needs to go out in the e-blast, that will have upcoming traffic impacts. So we'll have an email that people can sign up for, that they'll get each week with the impacts for the following week. Social media posts based on the impact and need, website updates, making sure the website's reflecting the most accurate information, and then text alerts as needed. We can do storytelling social media posts like Stacia was mentioning. Those will be more on a biweekly or as needed basis. Elected official updates on a monthly basis. We'll have project photos. We'll have the ability to do drone footage to capture, some good before and afters along the corridor. And quarterly, we are hosting a PIO meeting, and that stretches, into Summit County as well. We had one already that was virtual, and we'll be doing more of those on a quarterly basis. Other meetings that we can attend, like the I-70 Coalition, project tours. We already did do one media tour to kick off the project just a couple weeks ago. So more opportunities for project tours. Newsletters, and then biannually media tours like was mentioned before, and attending community events that are fitting for this group. And then we'll have that year in review press release that Stacia mentioned, and updating the strategic communications plan as well.
So that's the communication plan to go out to it. Part of what we wanted to come back and talk about was a lot of our traffic management plans, specifically for the east section, as you all talked about. So what is up on the, yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. Is this the best time to talk about the communications plan?
We can pause and whatever. Yeah, let's go backwards.
Okay, so I want to focus in on your plan, on project messaging. You have like different types of messages and who's assigned to them. And I see you have coping messages. Those are the ones that are focused on providing the public with information to make short and long-term decisions about how to deal with I-70 traffic conditions. I think that's where will say things like this lane will be closed at this time. Is that?
So coping will be more advertising for those transportation demand management opportunities. So we'll be talking about Pegasus, snow staying, just as a way to encourage the folks driving through the corridor, again, to cope with construction. Also pushing people to cotrip.org so they're aware of any traffic impacts coming up. Really just want people to have a good sense of what they can expect and different ways that they can plan around any traffic impacts. Lane closures can sometimes cause traffic delays, or if we're doing full road closures for rock blasting. Just want to make sure everybody has as many tools in their toolbox as possible to prepare for construction impacts.
So you mentioned earlier that you have a text messaging service and you plan to use it and try to get people signed up. I think it would be awesome for us to try to help get people signed up. The most common complaint I have and receive is around knowing when lane closures are going to happen. I think we could point to the Twin Tunnel project as an example of why you need close coordination between like the communication of what's going to happen and then the execution of it happening when it's going to happen. So I'm kind of talking to the contractor and to CDOT because the contractor that was doing the Twin Tunnels project would often not keep the schedule they had published.
So I'm that contractor.
I know.
And I would just go back and think, because I thought we did a pretty good job of that.
I thought-
I will double check.
I think the Twin Tunnels project went well. I think exit 240 and the first eastbound PPSL were those communications and those shutdowns felt, because they were shutting down right at Idaho Springs, and they did some closures that kind of landlocked people where they'd say, we're going to close at 8, we're going to shut it down at 8:30, and they say, well, it's 7:45, we're ready to go, let's shut it down. And then people were using those notifications to get to work and get to school and things like that, and they'd end up being late for work and late for school because they get held up for half an hour before they left.
So regardless of which project, I agree with you, right? Getting the accurate communication out and maintaining that schedule and communicating that schedule is completely critical.
It's crucial. And that's, you're going to use text messages for that information, right?
Yes, yeah. Anytime there is something that's going to be impactful, so if it's a nighttime single lane closure that's not going to be impactful, we won't communicate that because we don't want to continue to spam people and then have them unsubscribe. But Cindy brought up a really great idea when we met with the PLT last month. We have a a hotline service. I was mixing up voicemail. So we have a voicemail recording that gets updated every week so you can anticipate construction impacts coming up. But with rock blasting, and Cindy pointed out, sometimes that can change. And so we're going to be updating that on a daily basis when we're doing rock blasting, so folks can know if work is actually occurring or if it's canceled for that day, so they can plan ahead. So that would be another example of their coping mechanisms.
That makes sense. And you might, so that, if the reason I'm asking which category that falls into is because then I know who the message lead is.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's coping messages, then it's the contractor team, but it's CDOT that's setting up the text message service.
We've actually set up the text message service, and it's through our consultant. We currently have 468 as of last Wednesday was the number of people that have subscribed to it. About 250 since we did our town hall have added to that text message alert system so far.
Yeah.
We've got, I don't know.
And your messages will also be going out. Text isn't the only way that you're communicating this.
Correct. Yeah, we have a lot of different resources. So like I mentioned, the hotline, but we also have a weekly e-blast that's going to go out. So you can anticipate, again, the next week's construction. If there's anything that's major, we might do its own specialized e-blast out. But we will be doing like a collaborators email. So we'll have a separate group from that e-blast. It would be more geared towards first responders, but we will probably include our PIOs as well, just to alert them of anything they need to be aware of, if it's going to, cause impacts or they need to plan ahead. So we'll have that separate just to make sure everybody gets that message. But for the general public, we'll have an e-blast they can subscribe to. And again, they can get that messaging updated.
Okay, well, one other thing too that I think is important, I do know that there are a number of big ticket items that I know Cindy and Brian are going to hit as we go through, but we're picking up a few little things. One thing I'd like to emphasize, and I know some of you have heard me say this before, but with regard to that, like the scheduling issues, like when stuff isn't something's breaking down like it did on exit 240 with the contractor there, and I remember who the contractor was, and there were a couple of things. One of them was the sudden changes in schedule. The other one was the quality of the flagging crews that they had out there. And when we asked them to do something about it while the project was ongoing, the answer we repeatedly got was, well, this is the contractor that's there and they're contracted for this purpose and they got the job based on this, and it's too late to change. And one of the things we wanted to make sure we did with CSS adaptive management on projects going forward was that, regardless of the problem, if there's something that's like, there are things like that are going on and crippling our community, being able to get out and know when to leave for school and when to leave for work, then we expect adaptive management to make a change to what's going on. And that's just so that's understood, that's like, to hear afterwards, well, sorry, this is the contractor we got and this is the way they operate, is probably inadequate. There's nothing I've seen from you since that time that would indicate we would expect that to be the answer we would get when we ask for help. So I want to be very clear about that. And this is not a, hey, damn it, you've never done this right before subject matter, but I just wanted to make clear that principle still holds true for us. And thank you on the last couple of projects for doing such a great job.
Yeah, and I also don't want to sound grumpy. I just want to make sure it's right, because I get a lot of grumpy comments and positive and comments that aren't grumpy but say the same thing. And one of the things, related to Floyd Hill, but not because of the work, is the sun glare closures on Floyd Hill. I've received consistent complaints about communication regarding the sun glare closures as well that seem to change time. Maybe that's on a predictable schedule, maybe it's not, but maybe that could be rolled into these communications, because when we're talking about Clear Creek County residents, we're talking about 1,300 people that commute into the metro area every day. And as a daily condition of not knowing when a closure is going to happen, that can be a real challenge. So I would love to ask for special communication effort of closures to that population. Maybe you don't need to be sending, like a bunch of the people on your list are probably wanting information for what Friday traffic is going to look like. A much smaller subset compared to everybody you need to communicate with is the people that are commuting every morning. And they might benefit from being on a different list and having, like, maybe daily or as often as is needed for them to be able to wake up and know, okay, here's the closure today.
Is there a specific email list, or I guess how would we?
No, maybe we could probably work with our PIO to try to figure out how to identify folks, or if you guys created a separate opportunity for, hey, if you're a commuter from the metro area, sorry if I'm taking too much time with this, Randy. If you're a commuter to the metro area, here's a contact, sign up for this list and you're going to get a communication that's specific to helping you travel eastbound in the mornings.
The only thing I was specifically today, we're dealing with the 1041 as it relates to this project. So if we're and I recognize it's hard to disentangle, stuff like sun glare notifications from the project stuff that's going on, because the project's going to make all that stuff that much worse. So just general transportation, I think the topic today is primarily the 1041, and that's all I wanted to bring up. So
yeah, just like we were talking about how to market transit, because we want to do better on habits of transit use. This is an opportunity for CDOT to have better habits on communication closures for commuters in the morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right on. One thing I wanted to touch on too, you asked about how to reach out to more folks. I guess we didn't talk about PLT, PILT, and kind of what all that acronym means. On westbound PPSL, we tried a public information leadership team. And essentially that was a once a week phone call where I kind of gave a schedule update on what was happening. And we reached out to as many folks as we could. We would have pretty wide range of folks join in every week to listen. And as the project went on, there weren't a whole lot of updates or big changes every week. So a lot of folks started to tune that out. So from that lesson learned, we developed a little bit different PILT approach for this project. Megan's one of our PILT members, Amy and Margaret Rose, to sit back once a month and look at that overall and say, okay, where are we at? How are we doing reaching to all these different folks? Clear Creek County, the I-70 coalition and the folks that are going to be interested on either side of us. So are we hitting the right notes? Are we getting to the right folks? And that gives us that opportunity to change that. And then the PIO meetings, getting out to all of those specific folks that, you know, maybe they are a special interest, but they have that special interest through that piece. They're involved in this and saying, hey, we haven't heard anything from you guys in 6 months. What's going on? Okay, that's a deficiency.
There's a miss there.
Something we can fix. So
I've been getting frequent emails on pretty much all the closures, and the first one I see comes out of CDOT, and then I usually see something come out of Beth and out of Margaret within, 2 hours or something like that. And so we're trying to echo out through different email groups, but being able to broaden that reach is probably good if we think of other email groups to make sure that their email, so it can have an echo effect that moves down the line. For example, your notifications about the next week. And that's not really all CDOT stuff, I think, as much as it's making sure that we're echoing out to the other community groups. When Beth sends hers, if they're point people for other email groups in the area, whether they're homeowners groups or anything, then if that can bounce out, it can be echo within a few hours, and a lot more people can be. So there's probably some work we can do on our end too to help amplify your voice too as we're going.
And help you find people, right?
I think our biggest challenge there, I'm sorry to step on you there, but I think our biggest challenge is we don't want to oversaturate people either.
Right.
Because that's where people real quick, I'm guilty of it. I got 5 of the same email right here. All right, whatever. And I delete them. The next day I'm like, oh, what did I do with that email? Somebody just told me what was happening.
Right.
So I think that's kind of it's where we have to pick and choose. And that's why we have so many of these different ways to get out there that, the text alerts, and I'm not sure what our schedule is here. We actually get into some of the rock blasting stuff to talk in detail a little bit more about how we use that plan and say, okay, here's how we're targeting this group. Here's how we target this group. Here's our general information. So that might help kind of show you how we use all of these tools that these folks have put together for us.
Yeah, that sounds great. And this will be the last thing I say before we move on. It's just that the reason I said before we move on, the reason that I'm emphasizing this and talking about the sun glare now is because I don't know if the contractor's in charge of those messages and CDOT's making the sun glare closure decisions. Like, you might want to think about the structure of that plan. And just to emphasize a micro-targeting approach, that's all.
Yep. I think that's something we can talk about and come back to you with when that time of year comes around.
Just a couple more months.
I was gonna say, it's only a couple months away. It's amazing how quick.
Okay, so going into kind of some of the specific traffic control strategies, as you'll read in the book there, and Cindy's got it marked, it looks like, there are several different tables based on time of year of when lane closures can happen. So the design team and CDOT did a really good job of going through all the modeling that honestly Margaret Bose does and some of the other information that comes through the corridor and set up lane closures by direction, by season. So what you see right now are really every day it changes. So it's going to be a fun little chore for us on job to remember what day it is and when we're allowed to go to work. But these are the lane closures that were allowed. So Monday through Friday, Summer Lane eastbound. It's a little bit different than westbound, right? There's 3 lanes, particularly in this section of the project. So there's a little bit more flexibility. But 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. is when we're going to do lane closures there. Obviously, when we get into the weekend, those lane closures go to, you can't really start until 10 p.m. and they end later, or they shift a little bit on when they could be out there. So we have done a good job, or I think we've done a good job. We'll monitor it into construction to really look at how these different seasonal lane closure strategies work into it. Not on this, but in the specifications that were included as part of the traffic management plan are also really recognizing ever since COVID that holiday traffic has stretched out from where it was even 4 years ago. Instead of just being that Friday to Monday over a weekend or something, it has really started to stretch out. So you'll see that there are longer periods of time where in addition to the lane closure periods, we just can't do anything on the highway with lane closures because of those extended hours of additional traffic. So all of that is reflected in the specification and what we'll be working on throughout each of the projects. Now, specifically, as we get into the east section, right, this is the 1041 and the discussion of the east section. Just want to kind of talk about some of those impacts that are going to happen immediately here, or not immediately, but in the next couple of months. All of our work, or the majority of our work this season throughout 2023 is going to be in the eastbound direction off the right shoulder of I-70. We'll be doing some pavement repairs in westbound to get rid of a lot of that truck damage that has happened over the last 10 years, because they knew we were coming to fix the road. So they just, speaking for CDOT, I apologize, but they just didn't do as much maintenance probably, but we're going to fix it so that we don't have potholes during construction. But most of our work is going to be focused on 5 major rock cuts in the east section. But they're only about 20,000 cubic yards, so they're not very big compared to what's going to happen later in the project. But that work is going to start in August. Early August is when I would expect that we'll start doing some scaling work and then some subsequent blasting work that'll happen on the project. You guys have lived in the mountain community long enough to know that when we scale, it's a 20-minute closure for us to go up and kick rocks down on purpose so they don't fall on us by accident while we're working. And then 20 minutes release traffic after that 20-minute closure, let it all clear, get back to a free flow condition, and then do another stop that same day. That'll happen 3 or 4 times a day between the hours of 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., which is on the next slide. So we'll do, that's Monday through Thursday only. So we can only do rock scaling operations 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Thursday, because there is kind of that cumulative effect of doing it multiple times. Even though we let it clear, just understanding that there can be a little bit more impact Monday through Thursday is when that happens. It shows on the slide 9 a.m. to noon on Fridays, but that's actually for blasting. We won't do any scaling on Fridays because we just can't be productive turning it around. We're only going to do it once and then you're just not there. So Monday through Thursday for rock scaling 9 to 3. That 9 is geared to make sure that it's after school starts. So we have taken into and work closely with the high school up there to make sure that buses get through the corridor before we start having traffic impacts. Something we did back during Twin Tunnels as well. Scheduled the blasting accordingly. We want students in seat on time. We're not quite as careful on the way home because they can wait 5 minutes and it's not going to hurt the school as much on the way home, honestly. So we give a little bit more flexibility on the way home, but particularly to get into other sections. For rock blasting, this section, as you see, it is the same period of time, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. We want to hit that kind of lowest traffic volume, but it does have to happen during the day. We don't, and people don't, they don't let us work with explosives at night for a good reason. It's dangerous. We want to see what we're plugging into and not accidentally set it off. So it is daytime work when we set off our explosives. But again, that's 9 to 3. In this east section, there's only about 20 to 30 blasts that we anticipate doing. The rock is of mediocre quality, which is why you're going to see some big walls that are built as part of the project. So we're hoping to actually excavate a lot of that, but there will be some blasting involved. And that's why we're setting it up for the 20 to 30 blasts that will take place really into early 2024, just as we cycle through that work. But same thing as the scaling closures, 20-minute closure, and then let everything open up after that. Hopefully they're never actually 20 minutes. If we do our job right with the blast, they can be as short as 2 to 5 minutes for the actual closure time, so long as we don't put rocks where they're not supposed to be. Things go pretty quick. So that'll be the goal, but spec does allow us up to 20 minutes. It is important to note, right, we've got to kind of pick the closest access points to actually stop traffic. So in the eastbound direction, we will have our traffic control companies pull on basically at Hidden Valley and start to do a slow roll as they start to go up the hill and stop just around US 6. So stay about 1,000 feet away from where the blast is, but that's where the actual stop will happen. But we'll start slowing traffic down from Hidden Valley, but the front of that stop will actually happen right around the US 6 exit. We'll probably stop it short of the US 6 exit because we don't want people to accidentally things are going to go around it and go clog up US 6 and 40. We are closing 40 as well. We can't have them going up 40 right below the blast, just it's not that much further away from I-70. So I-70 and US 40 will be closed during that blasting period. So there'll be a lot of controlled access down there by Fry's Quarry. And then at the top of the hill, we'll close basically at the top of the hill. We'll merge on right at Homestead, merge into traffic where the 2 lanes drop, and we'll be able to stop right there, right at the crest of the hill. Try to carry it down as far as we can. What we learned, same place we stopped during the tunnels, honestly, but the further we could get it down, kind of let people, the queues cleared faster when we were done. So if we can keep the back of the queue not on the uphill grade coming up Floyd Hill, it helps us, the trucks can actually just go. If we have a truck stopped on a 7% coming up, it takes them a lot longer to get up to speed. So we try to keep that queue, again, pulling it down as far as we can down the hill to make sure that we can clear traffic as quickly as possible after each of the blacks.
Is it fair to state, I think it is, I'm not saying this so much for you or as a comment or a question, but I think one thing that helps people understand, in case anybody sees the recordings of these meetings or happens to be out there in cyberspace right now, that a lot of this plan has been developed through a CSS process over several years in which the city of Idaho Springs has had multiple representatives, the county's had multiple representatives, the Floyd Hill community's had multiple representatives, the schools of Wareham been part of the conversation in order to create these scheduling and these plans. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that what's being presented here today is actually a culmination that's been fed into by representatives of the communities, of the governmental entities that are close to it and neighborhoods and everything else. So that, and it doesn't mean that we're not here to make some comments today and some changes, but that it's been a collaborative process so far and pretty inclusive for several years. So
definitely. So as we move on, that really is kind of the blasting impact in our plan there. During normal construction, the other 360 days of the year when we're not blowing stuff up or what it might be, we've done some things to try to make sure that we have traffic management in place for that as well. So as you will drive through the corridor, about every mile, there will be, even though we've got the traffic narrowed up, we'll have 11-foot lanes, 2-foot shoulders, much like you experienced with most all of the construction through the I-70 corridor. About every mile, we're actually going to have about 1,200-foot section where there's a widened shoulder. So we actually have a place to pull people off for emergencies. State Patrol would be able to manage something. So we'll have a place to actually safely egress the highway so they're not having to go through the entire 5-mile corridor with 2-foot shoulders, and one breakdown immediately cascades into an effect. So we'll have a system hopefully that we can steer people to those emergency pull-offs with proper signing and then have them be able to get to those safe locations during construction. We will be reducing the speeds. That 859 has been submitted as of today, I think, for the speed reduction on the project. We need to keep it safe for everybody. So narrowing it up and slowing things down will help get that down. So depending on where we're at, we'll be at 55 or 45 miles per hour through the construction zone. As I mentioned, 2-foot shoulders, 11-foot lanes. We are maintaining 3 lanes in the eastbound direction. So where there's 3 lanes today, we're maintaining 3 lanes during construction. We're maintaining 2 lanes in the westbound direction during non-peak hours, right? So or during peak hours. We'll take lane closures as we talked earlier based on the lane closure strategy. And then much like you saw during the westbound Mexel lanes that Jeff worked on up here, we'll have smart work zone systems. So dynamic variable message boards displaying travel times, helping point out where trucks are going in and out, and then helping to monitor and provide some additional cameras to the corridor that will have TVs actually set up eventually here in our office so that we can actually watch the cameras just like they do down in Golden to be able to see what is happening in the corridor and help communicate within the project. And then the last thing we wanted to talk about kind of with that traffic management is a little bit going back to the rock blasting. I'll let Presley talk about some of the communication tactics we have.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah. So for the rock blasting, we'll have, some targeted communication efforts for residents that live near some of these sites, and then for general motorists. So FAQs for everybody, some more specific ones for the residents. There's already been an opportunity for them to come in person and ask questions. And we'll have pre and post rock blasting surveys for them, the text alerts that'll be specific to residents, coordinating with those HOAs. And then we also have the ability to post on Nextdoor. So that's for the residents. And then the general motorists, also the FAQs, will do some media pushes. We've been presenting to stakeholder groups. That's been ongoing and will continue to happen. Text alerts as well for the general subscribers. The e-blasts I was talking about, the weekly emails that will have what the impacts are for the upcoming week, social media, and then website and message boards.
We could pause there and maybe talk traffic management a little bit, if there's any questions on that before we jump into emergency services coordination.
I think we have some comments, but it's up to them at this point.
I kind of like to, I think Roland, I think for the most part, other than when we see something to interject, I mean, like a minute ago, I wanted to make sure that people got the idea that this isn't something that, we stopped doing stuff the old school way years ago.
Yeah.
CDOT doesn't just come to us and surprise us with a brand new plan and tell us the way it's going to be anymore. We help them develop the plan over years. And I think that's something that may not be common knowledge to the public. Most of us, everybody in this room, I think knows that, but I'm not sure if other people who check our meetings are as aware of it. And so that helps bring it up. And George has brought up some important things too. But I think if we can roll through the presentation, then we've got some organized stuff and that's been developed by staff. And then we'll have some other questions too. So.
Cool. We'll keep going. So,
you okay with that?
The emergency responder coordination, we've already had a couple of quarterly meetings. So pretty good turnout at these meetings where we get the folks that, they're using the corridor for the important reasons. So sitting down with everybody that you see listed here, I think the only challenge we've had so far in our first couple of meetings is with CSP. Unfortunately, I think they're about as short-staffed as anybody around here. So they've had a couple busy days on the days that these happen to fall on, but we're working with everybody to make sure it's not just getting traffic through here. We know that when we do these closures and these holds, that traffic's going to back up. So the number one question is, well, what happens if there's an emergency and we need to get people through here? We've got that plan in place. Okay, so the first thing we've been talking about, we've been putting these closures out there. We've been showing the emergency responders, here's what we want to do. Here's where we anticipate traffic stopping. How do you guys want to get around that? Okay, what works best for you? What haven't we thought of? Some of the things that come up is that Summit County will send people through the corridor and it's a radio heads up that, hey, we're sending somebody through that's got to be to Denver. So we're now tapped into that radio network. So on a day that we're getting ready to do a blast, there's communication protocol in place to talk to the emergency responders and say, are we good? Everybody got the thumbs up? Okay, we're clear, do the countdown. Something comes up that affects that, we can stop right away. The guy on the ground pushing the button is gonna have that communication to say, nope, we've got an ambulance coming through, hold on. Some of the stuff that we talked about in there that, how does that get communicated the day of a blast? We have pointed communications to the homeowners. Stay in your houses. Keep your dog in for 20 minutes. Okay, we will give you the all clear when it's time to let the dog out, go for a walk, do whatever you need to do. Same thing coming back. What happens in an emergency? Somebody's got to leave, get people on the roadway. Okay, we're going to have folks in the neighborhood to just kind of help monitor things. And then if that emergency comes up, we're notified right away and we can stop things and get people out where they need to be. Coordination will be ongoing with the first responders for specific impacts. Okay, the rock blasting, as we do additional work with ramp closures and things like that, that becomes a challenge. And how do you move people from one spot to another? I think we've done a few updates already on what this project's going to provide in terms of that connectability and being able to get through when we're done. We got to get there. Okay, so making sure that we're not blocking one intersection and then creating a problem at another that nobody can get through. Those are the kinds of things we're talking about. We're going to update that emergency responder plan as needed. Again, and that's a big one. It's based on the feedback from this group, the individuals that are a part of this. And as issues come up, clearly everybody's got a great plan until you get punched in the mouth. So how do you react? How do you handle it? That's why we're going to meet with these folks every quarter to say, hey, this one was okay. Here's what we can do better next time. So I think I hit on a couple of these already. The first responders will be given priority to the corridor. So throughout the project, whatever we're doing, if something comes up, we find the way to get them through. Coordination with Clear Creek County Dispatch is kind of the basis for where everything starts. And again, that's based on the feedback from these folks, is that everybody works through that dispatch so we can build on from that. The blaster in charge will be able to contact to confirm that everything's clear. And then, like I said, that messaging goes through that dispatch can check in with everybody else to make sure we're good before that actual blast happens. Access during the work, the internal access roads, those are construction access, internal access. If for some reason the highway is closed, we can get emergency responder vehicles through on that internal stuff as well. So, again, we get into a situation where there's an incident in the middle of Floyd Hill coming up that eastbound side, and it's got traffic snagged up all the way back to Hidden Valley. We can get folks through to the project and then get them up that eastbound side and clear of the traffic. And then the radio communications, I've touched on that quite a bit, that, we're going to be in touch with everybody, and it's not just cell phones, knowing that we have issues within the corridor with cell phone coverage. So, the radios are more reliable for these crews, so we'll be tapped into that network. So understanding that it's not if, but when something happens, we do have a crisis communication plan in place as well. So that's Stacia's specialty because the rest of us haven't dealt with that before, so.
Yeah, so crisis communications obviously is a huge priority for this corridor, especially communicating to residents if there's a major incident. You have a semi-rollover, which unfortunately we see more often than we should, or if there's any construction incidents, we want to make sure we're handling this and being proactive in a reactive situation, right? So making sure that we're communicating to the public so they're as well informed as possible. So we have a pretty robust crisis communications plan, which did we send that over as well?
It's part of it.
Okay, so, you have the opportunity to review and let us know if we're missing anything, but really we want to make sure that we're helping to build confidence during a crisis situation with everybody on the project team. So we have established roles for specific people on the leadership team, and then also the crews on the grounds if something were to happen within a work zone. We have a phone tree as well. So each person gets a call and we know exactly what our role and responsibility is to make sure we're addressing a crisis as quick as possible. Every minute counts in a crisis situation. If we're waiting an hour to communicate with the public, rumor mill starts and we start to have a breakdown in confidence with the public, also with our stakeholders as well. You all need to be informed about anytime there's a situation on the roadway, so you can help us communicate to residents and just the general public. We also are, reviewing our different public notification processes. So for our more major incidents, we'll be using our text alert system to let folks know that there's an incident on the roadway that's going to significantly impact motorists. And then we'll also help to relay any detour routes and make sure that we're communicating across the project, because we have our early projects as well. Everybody needs to be informed if we need to use a detour that's in another construction zone. Again, just to keep traffic moving and keep people or get people to where they're trying to go. Next thing. This is very small, so I'll go ahead and do my best to explain it. So we have different incident levels. We have them categorized from 1 to 5. An incident level 5 is our more minor incidents. So these are the type of incidents where maybe somebody has a flat tire and causes, maybe a 30-minute closure if they don't get over onto the shoulder. These are the type of incidents that we won't be communicating through text. We won't be communicating through our social channels. It's just something that we as a project team just need to be mindful of in case it does turn into a more major situation. Our incident level 4 is what we consider intermediate. So this is going to have a 30-minute to 2-hour impact. We understand that once you start getting into that hour impact, for a lot of folks, they see this as being a major incident. But we want to make sure that we're defining each of these incident levels to make sure we're broadcasting this as well as we can. If we know it is going to start reaching into that 2-hour threshold, we'll start to use our social media channels. Of course, this will all be available on cotrip.org. We'll be posting this onto Twitter specifically. And Presley, in the next slide, we'll talk a little bit more about when we use some of our notification methods, but typically we won't be communicating through text alert for an intermediate situation. I'm trying to.
Here.
So thank you. So an intermediate situation, just so you understand the type of scenario. So this would be adverse weather. So if we have, icy conditions that's going to close the roadway for an hour or two, this would be intermediate. So something that's a little bit more, people plan around that a bit more. Funeral processions that can usually cause about an hour worth of impacts or avalanche mitigation. Our more major impacts are classified as an incident level 3. So this is our 2 to 4 hour time frame. This is when we start to really pick up on our notification process. We need to communicate this out far and wide, because as soon as you start to reach that time frame, that's when you're going to see the most traffic delays, and you're going to see potential backups on our detour routes, depending on what's going on. Specifically, if you're dealing with adverse weather and we need to hopefully not detour people onto 285, but sometimes it happens. We need to make sure we're also looking at that roadway and notifying the public as best as we can so they can make sure they're prepared. Incident level 2 is our extended closures. This is usually a 4+ hour closure. A lot of times this type of incident is a fatality, unfortunately. Can be bridge hits as well. If there is a hole in the bridge deck, this will usually fall under the extended category as well. This is when we'll start to use pretty much our entire communications channels, so we can just alert people far and wide about this and help to, again, use the tools that they have in the toolkit that we're going to communicate to them. So using CoTrip, finding different or following our detour routes, not really relying on Google Maps. Sometimes that can take folks onto dirt roads or 4-wheeling trips, which is not what folks want to do. So we're going to try to communicate as best we can the approved detour. And then our incident level 1, this is our most severe incident. So this type of incident will usually last over 24 hours. So if you can think of like Glenwood Canyon, when we had the wildfire, the Grizzly Creek fire come through, and then the associated mudslides the following year, that closed I-70 for, can't remember, I think up to a week for some of those incidents. We need to make sure we're communicating that. That's obviously going to be a statewide effort at that point. So we'll be activating many members of our communications team from our different regions to make sure we're communicating that. We'll start to communicate that with Utah and Kansas as well, just to alert them that there is an incident on I-70. So this is just bringing out all of the toolkits or the tools that we have available for us. Next slide.
All right, so some of the tools, Nextdoor, like we mentioned, use those for the levels 1 and 2, so the highest levels. Text alerts we'll use for levels 1 and 3. Like we said, use with discretion because we don't want to oversaturate, want to make sure that if you're signing up for text alerts that they're useful. Social media will be used when it's levels 1 through 2, and an e-blast when it's a level 1. And then we always have the overhead message boards that would be updated along the corridor accordingly. We can coordinate with our traffic ops center to update those. And yes, I think this is the last slide. This is the contact information for the project. And I think that number might have changed.
It's wrong on yours, it's correct.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. It is right on the screen you're looking at, so that's good. So you can subscribe to the email list, the weekly e-blasts that'll be coming out, the project website. We're, getting updated as we get closer to construction, the hotline number, the email address that you can reach out to. And then the text alerts. Make sure that you text Floyd Hill as one word and not two, and you will get a confirmation that you signed up.
Okay. I think, if I can, Brian, do you want to take any time to present any of this stuff? You just want to have Cindy take
Yeah, I'll
care
let
of that?
Cindy, she did a thorough analysis and she's got some, I know she has some comments, so, but I gotta
Okay.
run to another meeting, so.
All right, we might have her steal your chair so she can come
Not a
up and be
problem.
on mic then. I think that would be best. Yeah, we're sorry you're recorded. Don't say anything if you don't want to see it in the headlines. One thing that while Cindy's coming up, one thing I wanted to mention that I just saw in there, and I'll just throw out that's definitely needs to be under discussion at least. There's a potential that our emergency dispatch for the county might be moving in the not too distant future. It'll still be Clear Creek County Dispatch, but it might be moving, dispatch might be moving to Jeffcom. They may be taking us up. We're looking at 2 or 3 different options about how to streamline our communications for numerous reasons, financial and otherwise. And so certainly we need to be in a conversation with them to make sure that they're dialed in or able to provide the level of, the level of responsiveness to all these different needs that are implied for that emergency access. So I just want to have that down on somebody's list to be monitoring and making sure that your needs can be met by, for example, them, because they're one of, we make, there's a status quo, there's the way we're doing things today. That's a possibility. There's a possibility we'll do something besides that. But then there's a good possibility that we would move over to a provider like Jeffcom to do that. So we just want to make sure that they're dialed in and understand what this demand would be. So.
I thought about the same thing and I wrote a note and.
At the same time I was writing my note.
So Brian, he's not in the room, but
he was writing the same note over there, I'm sure.
Well,
Right.
and I wrote one and handed it to him.
Okay.
And I think that came up in our last emergency responders meeting, so.
Okay, so you're already dialed into that. All right.
Saying, hey, this is a possibility, so we're talking about it. When it happens, we can adjust, but.
Well, and I think the reason I bring it up is it's a good thing for us to be, as we're talking with Jeffcom about this is a factor for either us two or somebody to be talking with Jeffcom and making sure that we're all dialed in and the capability and bandwidth exists to handle whatever it is. So I doubt it's a huge thing, but I just want to make dead certain, Cindy, I know that you had, and I think this is the next best place to go, that you have developed along with Amy, as you've been working through the CSS process and monitoring this real closely. And you had prepared for Brian also some information and some concerns. So I think that's a good place for us to go next, is to get that done.
Okay, thank you. Yes, they asked, and yes, normally Amy would be presenting this, but yeah, at the moment you have to live with me another day. And I have read through the 3 sections, the 3 plans that you have discussed here today. And if I could, well, I'll go in the same order that you did. And obviously we've had some of this conversation before, and some of it, Stacy, is sort of a repeat, because I would like our commissioners to know what we were concerned with in the public information plan, because there and Stacy referred to this from our PLT meeting. One of our concerns was that there be the daily information spot, so that the residents of this county can call some number. They don't even, it can be a recording. This is today's blasting schedule. These are the times. And it was my experience that I could never trust eastbound, but I could pretty much trust Twin Tunnels to stick to their times. But we do need that kind of a daily thing for the people who daily go through this county, as George mentioned. The other thing I sort of found missing out of the public information plan was how the leadership of the county, as in the county commissioners, and the mayor of Idaho Springs.
Sheriff, whomever, right.
Whomever, the leadership of the county, how do they immediately get a hold of these two gentlemen?
Well, I've got.
Yes, yeah, I suspect that they individually have them on speed dial anyway, but I think that the communication plans has a wonderful hotline where I can leave a message. If they are in an emergency situation, there has to be a way for, we tripped over this a lot in eastbound, and I stayed very conscious of it, especially coming through Idaho Springs. When you have the mayor trying to leave a message on a 24-hour hotline, his problem is more immediate than that 24 hours. So it would be a good way to somehow indicate that the jurisdictional leadership has this particular way to get, because your information plan is largely how you're informing the public. We need the feedback piece from these folks. The other thing that interested me is that a co-trip isn't mentioned in this, which sort of, I ended up putting the note on the front of this saying, is co-trip out of business? No, I know co-trip isn't out of business, but I suspect that co-trip is one of the most used sources that everybody has. Will co-trip also, how are you telling me where and how to sign up for a text message? I mean, I hear.
In addition to that, I have an addition. They just sent an email out about the Floyd Hill Roundabout project, and I thought, why don't they add that at the bottom of all these emails?
Right.
So people can sign up right then.
Yeah, because I don't know how to sign up. I mean, I've read all of this, and I go to a lot of meetings, and nobody's handed me a QR code.
Yep.
And no, I didn't pick it up. I could have at the open house we had, but I didn't pick up the extra information. So it would really be helpful to get out there a little bit more strongly on text. Yes, we have a text message system. Here it is.
That's a really good
on everything that you send out. So, and that's this is a very impressive plan. And it's a very thorough one, and I'm doing the picking at details, but I think that's part of what we do.
To what you said a moment ago, one thing that occurred to me regarding going back to the key leaders, key contacts thing, is it's almost like rather than it be, well, we need a list of all of you. Well, I mean, you need a list of all of us. I'm almost thinking like the total list of CDOT and contractor contacts and those key people in the county, because there are reasons why the mayor and the county commissioners suddenly, there's a hot piece of information that comes through fast and somebody lets us know they saw it or something like that. And they expect us to be able to dial a button and talk to, push a button and talk to the president or something. They got the,
So if we
the
can't get the
suitcase with
president,
the
we might as well be able to call you.
Yes, yeah, well, that's.
Randy never calls me just to chit chat, so.
Well, as an example, but it's because I'm involved in so much of this, but I've got Jeff and Stacia's number right now, but I don't have Matt's, and so we need to get.
Well, I have.
I list everybody's, and I've got Kurt's, and still got Steve Harrelson's in there for Christ's sake,
Still answers it, so.
That was the point.
It's a good point.
Yeah, I think an all-inclusive, a universal list that has both you and us on it, so that then it's circulated among those people. And a lot of that for us, we're already public information. Our cell phones are on the website. But this would be something just circulated among us, so we have a way to respond to the public and address their concerns when they get a hold of us.
Right.
You were saying?
Yeah, just to sort of put another point on that. I mean, we're a small community. We rely on historically pretty informal communication, and I get phone calls with all sorts of questions about all sorts of stuff, and so that would be very helpful.
And you just need to know that, Jeff, that we're not going to just then put your phone number in the newspaper or anything like that.
It's already out there, so. Mine was in the bid documents for the last couple projects.
Oh, okay.
All you have to do is Google it.
You can be found.
I can be found.
That's fair.
So that was the comment on the public information plan. On the transportation management plan, it became easy to look at it because I didn't really look at all of the, it's a terror of signs. It's just.
They're all temporary though, come on.
I get that. But there are so many signs in a given spot that there's no possible way that a driver can absorb what those signs are saying and be rolling at 10 miles an hour, never mind the 55. But I understand that that's all required. I think that the county needs to understand that the closures, one of the things this traffic management plan says is the contractor will maintain access to all roadways, side streets, walkways, alleyways, driveways, and hike and bike paths at all times unless otherwise directed by CDOT's project manager. The Greenway will be closed for approximately 4 years between 6th and Hidden Valley. And I think that just sort of has to be flat out known. Now, I understand that both CDOT and the contractor are looking into, and I trust will come up with an alternative route for bikes, for bicyclists, and certainly for the larger bike events. But while that statement is in here and they will try to do that for all kinds of areas, the Greenway is not going to be available for that length of time.
And so your point is that should not be the case. Is that correct?
But my point is that we need to understand that will be the case.
Okay.
And so that when, somebody says, well, they said they'd keep everything. No, we will find an alternative route so that when inquiries come into the county has been informed that the Greenway will have to be closed.
Right, and that's from 6th, and that's from the junction at 6 to
Hidden Valley.
To Hidden Valley.
That's through the central section. Now, right now they're working on the east section, but the central section is still going to get closed down at the Greenway because Excel and
Lumen.
Comcast. I want to make them Lucent. Lumen and Comcast are going to be, they call it relocation. They're going to be burying the lines between Hidden Valley and 6. That big overhead line that goes along the Greenway, that gets buried, we hope, this late summer and fall. But so the Greenway starts to be closed at that point.
This would be a really good time to bring up something that there probably aren't too many people, maybe the only one in the room that remembers this. But when we were not under construction, the Greenway used to be closed between Hidden Valley and 6 because it didn't exist yet. And just like it used to be from Bakerville to the tunnel or to the Loveland Pass exit, you were allowed to ride on the highway, on the shoulder, on I-70. The only way from Hidden Valley down on a bike, and it was legal, was to just ride and then exit left across 3 lanes of traffic on the 6th. And then up US 40 over Floyd Hill. And I can't tell you how many times, because I was riding back at that time, I can't tell you how many times it was like I like adrenaline. I got to tell you, there's nothing like accelerating on a bicycle and trying to find and looking for a hole through 3 lanes of traffic that are coming around a curve doing about, 70 miles an hour, and you're looking for a shot through 3 lanes of traffic over to Highway 6 from the shoulder. It's you almost just took your shot when you saw it and then rode the left shoulder and just cringed and stayed against the weeds on the edge for a little bit there. It was pretty tight. It was pretty terrifying. But I don't imagine that would be the alternate that we would seek during this period.
No, sir.
No.
I just do want you to be, aware that that's what's going on, because you're going to hear from people about that one.
And that was legal. That's what they told us to do too.
Yep.
And
I already have heard about it, and while we're on that subject, you expressed the assumption that when we have like cycling events that accommodations could be made. Is that a possibility? I'm not asking for a promise right now. Is that a possibility, or should we be telling cycling events that getting between Hidden Valley and the bottom of Floyd Hill isn't a possibility over the next 4 years.
With the expectation that the travelway is not going to be always paved and but there will be safe access through on some sort of maintained surface, I think that's a high likelihood that that's a possibility to do.
For a special event, you could.
For a special event, right? We can, with enough notice, we can go through and get our equipment out of the way, smooth out a road, not work on that Saturday, Ride the Rockies comes through.
That's great.
For example, we let them through, we'll warn people, we'll flag it perhaps, or maybe identify a few spots where we'd ask them to, they don't like to dismount, but maybe if we really needed to, we'd ask them to, but that would be the accommodation we'd have to do. It wouldn't be a paved surface, but I think we could have some sort of all-weather surface to allow them through on that short period of time.
And for everyone else, then it's going to be, depending on what direction they're going, either the Central City Parkway or the Oh My God Road or 103 or Little Bear.
Yeah, we're looking.
It's going to have to go around the area.
We're trying to figure out if there's a way to safely have people adjacent to the highway through barrier separated, kind of a narrower path. Getting it up there, we have a concept that we're running through right now.
No guarantees at this time, but for the current time, we should be saying that we won't have access except possibly for special events.
That would be amazing. I know there are a number of people that this is when you brought it up, I'm like, yeah, actually that's been brought up to me in the last couple of weeks. So yeah, that would be amazing. I know a lot of cyclists would really appreciate it.
Yeah, a lot of people come out of Evergreen and, they don't always want to do a Mestahey Pass or, and actually there's the Highway 103 loop that is a real popular one from people from both Evergreen and, locals around here is to come up and ride the whole loop and then back over Floyd Hill and around. And so that's not likely to be available for 5 years or so, 4 years.
It's also a hot fishing spot.
Yeah, well, the fishing is going to be just, however, Gary Frey's response, Trout Unlimited's response to that was, no one wants to fish in a construction zone.
Nope.
Except for those of us that are there already.
Good spots in there.
Unless they're on the job with their pole in the back of the truck.
No comment.
Who's gonna be out there all the time? Yeah.
They got waiters.
But, yeah, I did think it was important to point that one out. And
Okay.
on what I would call your emergency protocol, I would first like to rename this because we have an operations plan that is due to us for through the 1041 process when we have all 3 sections done. And the operations plan, the thing that we call operations plan is the operation of the toll lane. So in order to avoid confusion on our end, could we title this something?
Standard spec title. That's like.
I understand it might be, but it is also very confusing because we will get a transportation operation plan that has to do with how the toll lane is going to function. Well, by the time we come to the end of this, the concern on that one actually was the list of first responders. Because as you mentioned, Summit County does come through, Grand County comes through at times. Gilpin's gonna get into this. I don't know whether all of those folks call our 911 dispatch when they're coming through the county.
They do, because we've had on Twin Tunnels, when we would have calls come through from Summit County, we would get the notification through Clear Creek County Dispatch.
Okay.
So they do communicate into the other jurisdictions that they're, coming in hot or however that's relayed so that we hold a blast or something to let them get through before we would.
Yeah,
They probably do have a cool phrase like that though.
Yeah.
I just would suggest that there is a list, and you probably have one someplace of those, so somebody who is one of those can look at it and say, but what happens when Alpine Rescue is really running through, has somebody, and I'm sure they're on somebody's list someplace too, because that's the other one I think of, because I live here and periodically we hear Alpine Rescue going up that mountain. And more than periodically in the summer these days. So, so we want to make sure you have a really complete list. And I think that we can help in that regard. The one other item,
Do we still have a helipad on Floyd Hill?
do we still have a helipad on Floyd Hill?
Do you guys still land on Floyd Hill? For like Flight for Life and stuff?
I think we had air rescue there a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I think,
I know they did one at the bike park just
Yeah.
a couple weeks ago, but where did they land them?
I have no idea where, I think they just have a place where I don't think it's like a helipad, like the one in Georgia, like the one over
Yeah.
there, but I think they just land.
So probably right at the little park and ride pull out by Ski Country.
Yeah, that's my guess. Don't quote me on that, but I do know they have recently landed there.
Yeah, and Georgetown's is actually a legal helipad.
Oh, that one isn't?
No,
Oh,
it's drawn
Oh,
on the
it's-
ground though.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not-
I thought it was legal.
Not actually,
okay, gotcha.
but it's used, so that's, but I would think that Flight for Life, I think that's the, Flight for Life belongs on that list of first responders, because given what kind of an accident you can potentially have here, it may be time to find where Flight for Life can come down and
Well, and I hate to say it because I know, and I think it speaks to, you've got a plan until you use it, and then see what the flaws are in the plan, no matter your best intentions. Is that we've got a plan for getting emergency services, and you mentioned ambulances through the county running hot out of Grand and Summit County coming through this zone. And I can envision things where things didn't go the way they were supposed to, and somebody's life's on the line. So there's got to be a protocol for this it's time to pull the plug, and they need to send a chopper because this ambulance isn't getting through. There's nothing we can do. And stuff goes wrong. I'm thinking of a blast that goes wrong or anything, the timing of the communication when it happens. It's pretty hard to schedule bad wrecks and stuff like that.
It's a good point.
But overall, we're going forward. It's happening, and I assume the county will post these overall lane closure plans somewhere in their offices so they can, I'm constantly saying, yes, they have permission to blast between these hours and these hours. Yes, these are what the overnight closures are. Because, our town office and our county offices get besieged by these, these ladies know that they get besieged by these kinds of questions. So the more, information they have, they can just keep sort of in front of them so they can answer the questions is helpful. The other item, and I've talked with Fred about this, is that the county has tentatively approved a 1041 permit for the east section. And it describes a scope of work, and that scope of work is limited to the east section. However, during east section, the relocation of the power lines and the lines between Hidden Valley and 6 it's going to be occurring, even though it's occurring in the central section. And I would recommend a short paragraph that adds that to the description of
To the
work
eastbound.
for the east section, because it's simultaneous with the east section. And Fred, where are we with something like that?
I'm currently looking into that, but I think we could do some sort of an amendment to the existing permit to include it or to allow it. I don't know what that process is going to be exactly. But we do have the commissioners have the ability to amend a permit, a 1041 permit.
Okay.
So we're suggesting a brief just description of what's happening.
Just to amend the east area permit, rather than try to run a whole separate 1041 or something for a
Correct.
power line relocation.
You will get a separate 1041 for the central location, which will be quite involved.
And in the west.
And, you'll get west and then central, actually. But this is a fairly easy description, and it is actually within the scope of east at this point.
Okay.
So that's my recommendations. Thank you.
Fred, do you have anything else? You've been silent over there until just a moment ago.
No, Cindy identified all the points.
Okay. George?
Yeah, I have a question I should know the answer to, and somebody asked me a while back, and it's not related to the operations plan, but final condition of the greenway, same alignment, right? Is that gonna be asphalt? Is that gonna be pavement?
Concrete.
Concrete?
Concrete, 10-foot wide concrete.
That's the spec for the greenway.
Okay, so it's gonna meet
They don't
greenway
get
specs.
any particularly choice about that.
Right.
Nor have we asked for one.
No.
Right.
So concrete.
Thank you. And then I would just echo what Cindy said. It's a great plan, a lot of thought, a lot of process that's gone into it. Appreciate it. Of course, I quibble about details, but really appreciate the plan and your work. And
It's really unique that you brought that out, George, his attention to detail. Like, it's actually notable. And it's a good thing. Without it, we'd miss a lot of stuff, so.
And it's always dangerous, right? You assign one commissioner or something, they go to 1,000 meetings, they say, yeah, this is good, we're gonna support this. And then they're like, in the back of their head, they're like, gee, I hope they don't make a liar out of me.
Us too.
And then we do.
Sean is online and has been if you guys want to.
What's that?
I was just saying Sean is online if you wanted to say
Oh,
anything.
yeah,
and
I
has
forgot
been.
you were out there. Sean, sorry, you were invisible, out of sight, out of mind.
No, I've been listening. I would just echo the sentiments about the level of detail and the impressive work that we've reviewed today. And I don't think I have any questions that haven't already been asked.
Sounds like a thumbs up to me. Heading in the right direction, and I assume somebody took some notes about the few things we did say here, so.
Yeah.
Got them down.
Got a couple of,
All right.
and we actually have another call in a half an hour to talk about this sort of thing, so. Good timing.
Is that because it's Kramer North America, so there's stuff going on everywhere, or is that?
No, just for this project. For me, I don't care about the rest of our company. Really, all I care about.
Yeah. Basically, if the company stays afloat and the checks keep coming, that's all that matters, and then otherwise it's Floyd Hill.
Have a big impact on that.
Okay, well, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Nice to see everybody.
Thanks for the
Yes,
opportunity.
thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you
for
for
the
your time.
flexibility.
Thank you.
You know my phone number. Call me if you guys need anything.
Okay.
I did put CDOT stuff in the newsletter that I did this week and how to sign up. So hopefully you'll get
Okay.
Just let me know if you get a lot of more
Putting down your
signups.
phone number.
I am.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool.
All right. And if you guys, I think I'm just really quick, if you have like a graphic, or maybe I could just take a screenshot of that to have.
Forgot
someone
number?
put it on
I
our
knew that
Facebook
was
page.
coming. I think Presley's the only one I don't
People
have.
don't want to read, they want to see a graphic
Let
and
me
the
get
QR
it
code. So if you could send that to me, perfect, and I'll put it.
This
on.
one that has the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Floyd Hill.
I can also just take a screenshot, but,
Business card,
are you okay
so.
with me doing that thing on Facebook, or you want?
Let me make sure, there was a little mishap with the old hotline number being used.
Okay.
So, let me see if we just can get you
I think with that,
traffic.
I think I can say we're adjourned.
Okay, I'm sorry, Randy.
No, that's okay. I think we're adjourned.
Okay.
today.
Cool.
I can see you.
I got the project wrong.